Shalom Israel, Most High in Christ bless. My name is Brother Zerubbabel.
I didn't hear that. My name is Ezra Salazar.
Can you hear me at all?
Video was a delay. Go
Oh,
ahead.
okay. All right. We are children of Israel. Blessed Sabbath to you. We're back on this Sabbath once again to bring out another lesson. The lesson we're going to be doing today, we're doing it because we're heading into, I guess, what you could call the Day of Atonement, Feast of Tabernacles season, memorial blowing of trumpets, and we had ours yesterday, which ended last night at sundown, our Day of Atonement, um, and a double Sabbath, going into the Sabbath today. Um, Last year, when we did our lesson about the Day of Atonement, I made mention that you can cook on the Day of Atonement. There are camp leaders that uh, don't agree with it. And I can understand the reasons why. Um, but we're going to show you today that uh, they're going by feelings and their own thoughts rather than going by what's actually written in the scriptures. When it comes to the high holy days, um, and whether or not you could cook on the high holy days, um, you have to go through and you got to do a lot of reading. It takes a lot of reading, which we're going to do today, which you see in most of our videos, that especially on topics as important as this, we're not going to shortcut anything. If it takes a lot of reading, we're going to do the reading, which with this topic you have to do. Um, we're not going to spend too much time on what exactly the Day of Atonement is. We will touch up on it, but we have a lesson already on here what we did last year about the Day of Atonement, breaking everything down about, you know, why it was implemented, how to do it, how to, you know what I mean, all the parameters as to what you should do for the Day of Atonement. Um, Again, we're doing this lesson just to bring awareness to our brothers in the truth, our sisters in the truth, those that may be new coming into the truth. um, we've got to get out of that Christian mindset, because that's where, when it comes to the high holy days, in some respects some of our brothers mindset is still locked in on some of the teachings and thoughts of Christians. And you may be like, what does he mean by that? Um, for instance, Christians, when it comes to the law, it's the law, just generalized. The law, the law, the law. You don't have to do the law anymore. We as Israelites understand that the law that's being spoken about, that um, has been changed, because we know, uh, Brother Ezra and myself, we understand that the law was not done away with, that the law was changed. All right.
Right.
And what law was it that was changed? Go read the book of Hebrews, the law of sacrifice. And that's what we're going into today when it comes to cooking on the Day of Atonement, or any of the high holy days. Um, or even we're going to touch up on the Sabbath also. Um, we understand um, that it's talking, that the law was changed. The law of sacrifice was not done away with. But there's like Christians mindset there are some of our brothers in this truth that their mindset is the law of sacrifice is done away with, and that's what they kind of are stuck on. It's done away with. Um, when it comes to certain laws, they will read that one law and generalize it as if that one law is meant for um, all parameters, all aspects of how I put it, of that one particular statement or instructions that the Lord gave, because the Lord did give us specific instructions on how to keep the high holy days and to keep the Sabbath day. Um, for instance, for the Sabbath day, we were in the wilderness. We were told that we couldn't cook on the Sabbath day. Now, some of our brothers, the truth, we take that and we would do the same thing as okay, the Lord said we can't cook on the Sabbath day, and that's that. Without fully understanding the reason why we were told not to cook on the Sabbath day. All right, there. So what we're going to do today is we're going to go through and show you the reasons why um, the animal sacrifices were done, what was actually done with the animal sacrifices. And that's why I would say it takes a lot of reading to get the understanding of what was going on the Sabbath and on the high holy days in regards to animal sacrifice. Um, what we're going to show you through the scriptures is that animal sacrifice, burnt offerings, um, and cooking is the same thing in the scriptures. It's all the same thing. All right. Um, sometimes burnt offering is used in place of the word cooking. Um, but we're going to show you in the scriptures that that's exactly what was being done on the Sabbath day and on the high holy days by the Levitical priests, is that they were cooking on the Sabbath day, on those days. All right. Um, and not just on those days, every day of the week, because we had daily offerings that we had to do. Um, in some respects, there was hourly works that had to be done, monthly offerings that had to be done, offerings for the high holy days that had to be done. So, and when the offerings for the high holy days were done, they still had to do the daily offerings. There was one in the early morning of the day, and there was one in the evening of the day. All right. So 2 times a day they had to do a certain offering. So there was a lot of cooking being done on these days. And we're going to show you that through the scriptures that some of our brothers again need to be retaught. And our brothers and sisters in this truth need to be taught. Even our people coming into the truth need to be taught so that they get a full understanding as to what was going on in regards to the high holy days, the Sabbath, and the instructions that were given to the children of Israel when they both when they were in Egypt and when they came out of Egypt. You could put it in this regard. All right, there were instructions given to Israel while they were in Egypt in regards to the Sabbath and uh, the high holy days, or at least Passover, all right, as they were leaving Egypt. So you could look at it in this aspect. There were instructions for while in Egypt, there were instructions for after they left Egypt. There were instructions given for when they were in the wilderness, all right, and there were instructions given for after they were out of the wilderness and brought into the land. There were instructions pre-tabernacle and instructions post-tabernacle after the tabernacle had been built. There were instructions pre-temple while the tabernacle was in the land, because when they entered the land, we're going to show you that the tabernacle was reared up in the land for years before King Solomon built the temple, built the first temple. So there were instructions of the tabernacle before going into the land, instructions, for the tabernacle after they went into the land, instructions for the temple after the the temple was built and the tabernacle was pretty much done away with because the temple was built. All right, and we're gonna show you all of this. So again, this goes back to what we always say. Many of our brothers in this truth, they need to be retaught. We're not trying to start any kind of a feud with anyone or anything like that. We're just here to share the knowledge that the Most High is blessing us with. That, like the lesson we did last week about Christ being the Most High. You know what I mean? You see, we're nobodies. Nobody knows us. So when we do a lesson like that, people are just looking at what are these guys talking about. They have no idea what they're talking without even watching the lesson. They'll click on it, watch a few minutes of it, and like, man, these guys don't know what they're talking about. Christ ain't the Most High. These dudes is off, and click off without actually watching the lesson. You have to watch every minute, take notes on every precept, and then make your decision as to whether or not what we brought out was of the Bible or not. Just like with this lesson, same thing. People are going to click on it and like, man, what are you talking about? You could cook on the Day of Atonement. First off, you can't eat on the Day of Atonement. But in reality, on all honesty, there's, unless I've read wrong and somebody can show me differently and show me to be wrong, which I'll accept. But I haven't come across in any of my readings where we were told not to cook on the Day of Atonement. We were told not to work on the Day of Atonement, but we're going to show you in the scriptures where the work and was separate from the burnt offerings or the cooking that was being done on the Day of Atonement. And the reason why is because like we told our people last year when we did the lesson on the Day of Atonement, every year for us the Day of Atonement and the Sabbath is a double Sabbath. So in order for you to prepare uh, for what you're going to eat after the Day of Atonement, and you don't have to cook. You can make sandwiches and stuff. That's what we did last night. That's what my wife did. She made some sandwiches for us and things like that. And um, but in order to prepare for the next day for the Sabbath or even for that day, what if you want to you know chow down on something um, that needs to be cooked. I don't know, like rice or something like that. Who knows? Uh, is there anything wrong with preparing the food during the Day of Atonement? You're you're not to eat the food, but we're going to show you. Let me. What do you think the Levitical priests were doing during the Day of Atonement? They were preparing food all day. They were back there doing burnt offerings all day long, cooking for a whole lot of people, just like any high holy day. If you've been to a high holy day with a somewhat of a large group of people, and somebody's got to be back there on that grill all day cooking, it was no different back then. So, what do you think the Levitical priests were doing um, during the Day of Atonement? They were back there cooking. They were preparing the food. For what? For when the Day of Atonement was done, the people would have something to eat. Is that hard to understand? But we're going to get into the lesson. Um, and again, take notes, watch the entire video before you start to scoff or like throw the hand on. Oh man, who are these guys talking about? Can't cook on the Day of Atonement. No, it just takes what's called discipline. What do you think the Levitical priests had to have in order to be back there during doing those burnt offerings all day long on the Day of Atonement? They even the high priest even had to atone for his own sins. He had to. They had to do um, cleansing of the altar. They had to do cleansing of the sanctuary. Everything. There was all kinds of burnt offerings being done, and the priests were expected to fast just like everybody else. So unless one of the priests was back there, getting his grub on, in secret, which with Israel, you just never know, could have been happening. Probably part of the reason why we're in the situation we're in now. But it took discipline to be back there all day long on the Day of Atonement, doing all these animal sacrifices with all that smell, that aroma coming up from that meat. It took a lot of discipline for them to not eat it, which today, if you're going to cook on the Day of Atonement, you better expect that you better have discipline, that you're going to just prepare the food, cook it, and have it ready for when the sun goes down, that you'll be prepared to eat. Plain and simple. Again, the key word is discipline. Do you have it or do you not have it? All right. But again, we're going to get into the lesson, and Laura's will, as we go through the lesson and finish the lesson, all of this will become very clear to you. All right. So let's open up as usual to Hebrews chapter 5, verse 12 through 14.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 5 and verse 12. For when for the time ye ought to be teachers, ye have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of God, and are become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. For every one that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. But strong meat belongeth to them that are full age, even those whom by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil.
And that's the thing, is having your senses exercised to discern the difference between what's good and what's evil. Is it evil to cook on the Day of Atonement? Is it? Because essentially that's how many of our brothers in the truth is taking this. As if, you're teaching a wicked thing. That's cooking on the Day of Atonement, which lets you know that some of our brothers in this truth got to stop. If they're claiming that they're full age, And if you are, then start acting like it. You know what I mean? Um, you and if you are making these simple mistakes and not fully reading the material so that you could get full understanding of it, then you need to go back to the milk and leave that meat alone. Just plain and simple. All right. And you know this um to be true because again, all you got to do is sit back and listen to some of the doctrines that some of these leaders teach in Israel, and it'll tell you all you need to know. Okay, this is why they don't understand what was going on with the burnt offering because they can't even understand that we're not supposed to have multiple wives.
Right.
They don't understand the high holy days because they can't understand that no, we were not supposed to be following number one after the lunar Sabbath. That doctrine is completely off. All right. And we weren't supposed to be following the moods, period. That's what the other nations were doing. They were following the mood. That's not what the Lord gave us. But that's what Israel is following to this day after the other nations, following after the moon. All right. Let's go to First Peter 2 and 2.
The book of First Peter, chapter 2 and verse 2. As newborn babe desire the sincere milk of the word, that ye may grow thereby.
As newborn babes, desire the sincere milk of the word that you may grow thereby. Some of our brothers have been in this truth for years and years and years, and there hasn't been any growth. And some of their eyes, they think that they've grown because they've got they're getting a little bit of a following after them. They may have 100 people, couple of 100 people following them in their camp and, following their online presence and things like that. They may have a school or a congregation or a few schools and congregation and believe that because they're getting this following, that everything that they're teaching is gospel. Can't tell them anything different. But in reality, um, like Christ said, this is the blind leading the blind in a lot of cases. All right. We don't want to do that. So it would behoove you to humble yourself and desire the sincere milk of the word because only through this word can we get understanding. Only through this word are we going to be able to understand whether or not we can cook on the Sabbath day or not on the Sabbath day, I'm sorry, the Day of Atonement or not. All right. Or, any other doctrines or teachings that we need understanding about. Okay. So desire the sincere milk of the word. Let's go to Psalms 119 and verse 169.
The book of Psalms, chapter 119 and verse 169. It says, let my cry come near before thee, O Lord. Give me understanding according to thy word.
Give me understanding according to thy word. That's what I'm asking the Lord whenever I'm reading, whenever I'm studying, whenever I'm going through trying to get an understanding of maybe a certain doctrine or teaching or situation going on in the scriptures. I'm asking the Most High, give me understanding according to thy word. That's how you're going to be free from making mistakes. And we're all going to make mistakes still. We're all still making mistakes when it comes to this word. But the best way to alleviate it is to stick with the word. Stop believing everything every man says because they brought out one scripture that may sound good. They may interpret it a certain way, but just because they may, in their mind, say that it's saying what it says, you can go through in a lot of cases and go, no, that's not what that scripture is talking about. All right. You do that with a lot of doctrines that are being taught in Israel. But every single one of you that watches this video, that's what you should be asking yourself as you go through and watch, and every precept is coming out. Give me understanding according to thy word, because that's what we're going to do. We're going to give you understanding about this topic according to the word of God, not according to our beliefs, not according to what we feel, but according to what's written in the scriptures. And like we said, it's going to be a lot of reading, so be patient. All right. Let's go to Psalms 119. You're going to read verses 1 through 9.
The book of Psalms, chapter 119, and verse 1. Blessed are the undefiled in the ways, who walk in the law of the Lord. Blessed are they that keep his testimonies and that seek him with a whole heart. They also do they also do no iniquity, they walk in his ways. Thou hast commanded us to keep thy precepts diligently. Oh, that my ways were directed to keep thy statutes. Then shall I not be ashamed when I have respect unto all thy commandments. I will praise thee with uprightness of heart when I shall have learned thy righteous judgments. I will keep thy statutes. Oh, forsake me not utterly. Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his ways? By taking heed thereunto according to thy word.
By taking heed thereto according to thy word. All right. We've got to take heed to his word. All right. As it says in the beginning, blessed are the undefiled in the way who walk in the law of the Lord. Are you walking in the law of the Lord? Or are you just kind of glancing at it and getting a false understanding of what's written? Or you may have been taught this from a leader or an elder, some of these doctrines, and you just holding on to them. With the, you know what I mean? With some of these doctrines, in a lot of cases, that have been taught down from leaders to students, and students, to other students, and they become leaders. And it's just, well, my teacher taught me this, and his teacher taught him that, and that's what I'm going to stick to, without ever really going back into the scriptures to read whether or not what their leader taught them was right or correct. It says, blessed are they that keep his testimonies and that seek him with the whole heart. When you come into this truth and you want to get understanding, you got to seek the Lord with your whole heart. As it says in with a Sirach 1 and 31, you can't come to him with a double heart. You got to be sincere about it. You can't come to the Lord insincere. Can't do it. It says they also do no iniquity. They walk in his ways. Thou hast commanded us to keep thy precepts diligently. He's commanded us to keep his commandments diligently. And unfortunately, from the time Israel was given the commandments until today, we have not kept the commandments diligently. We haven't done it. And I'm still hearing people and, some, groups and camps and things like that that are, still insisting that their particular camp, their particular group is one that's they keep the commandments. All right. Um, which just simply isn't true. It says, oh, that my ways were directed to keep thy statutes. Then shall I not be ashamed when I respect unto all thy commandments. Not some of them, all of them. Then can we not be ashamed? Until we're keeping every single one of these commandments diligently, all of us should feel ashamed. Every single one of us, especially when it comes to the Day of Atonement and you're atoning for your sins. You should be coming to the Lord with much lamentation, much sorrow, humbly. Verse 7, it says, I will praise thee with uprightness of heart when I shall have learned thy righteous judgments. I will keep thy statutes. Oh, forsake me not utterly. Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his way? By taking heed thereto according to thy word. Can't say it any clearer. All right, let's go to Psalms 119. If you're going to stay in Psalms 119, let's go to verses 170 through 172.
The book of Psalms, chapter 119, and verse 170. Let my supplications come before thee. Deliver me according to thy word. My lips shall utter praise when thou hast taught me thy statutes. My tongue shall speak of thy word, for all thy commandments are righteousness.
So, one, he said, deliver me according to thy word. And then later he says, my tongue shall speak of thy word. And that's what we're doing. Our tongue is going to speak of his word. That's what we're going to bring out today. We're going to, bring the word out just like we did last week with the lesson we did last Sabbath and any other Sabbath. We're going to bring it straight from the word. And whether you agree with it or not, whether you hear or forbear, that's on you. You know what I mean? If you have some preconceived understanding and you're not willing to hear the discourse of the wise because you think you're wiser than everyone else, then that's on you. Keep doing what you've been doing. All right. Nobody can come to you and say, hey, what you're saying is wrong, or what you're teaching is wrong, and they can show you through the scriptures. Um, at some point, you got to drop that pride. All right, let's go to Sirach 8:8, and you're going to read verses 8 and 9. This goes right into what I actually just said a second ago about the wise.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 8, and verse 8. Despise not the discourse of the wise, but acquaint thyself with their proverbs. For of them thou shalt learn instruction and how to serve great men with ease. Miss not the discourse of the elders, for they also learn of their fathers, and of them thou shalt learn understanding, and to give answer as need required.
And of them thou shalt learn understanding, and to give answer as need required. All right. So a wise man will hear and will increase learning. That's what we pray you will do. You will hear the word of the Lord and go and study and increase your learning, because many of our brothers in this truth, they need to, when it comes to the topic of the law of sacrifice, many kind of just brush over it. It's nothing important, but it actually is, because you need to understand the law of sacrifice in order to understand many of the things that are going on in the scriptures when it comes to the law, especially when it comes to uh, being forgiven for your sins, back then, and how that affects how we get forgiveness for our sins today. You got to go back into the history and understand. All right. Why was it changed? How was it changed? And now that it's changed, what do we do instead of, um, killing the animal? All right. Let's go to the book of Sirach, chapter 16. You're going to read verses 23 through 25.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 16, and verse 23. He, he that wanted understanding will think upon vain things, and a foolish man erring imagineth folliness. My son, hearken unto me and learn knowledge, and mark my words with thy heart. I will show forth doctrine in weight, and declare his knowledge exactly.
and declare his knowledge exactly. And that's exactly what we aim to do today. And in any lesson that we do, to declare his knowledge exactly how it is meant to come forth. All right. Um, let's get a definition of what exactly means. All right. So let me share this. All right. So exactly, without discrepancy, used to emphasize the accuracy of a figure or description. Similar words, synonyms, precisely, entirely, absolutely, completely, totally, just, quite. Let's see what Merriam-Webster has to say about it. Can you see this one? There it is. Exactly, adverb, in a manner or measure or to a degree or number that strictly conforms to a fact or a condition. B, in every respect, altogether, entirely, entirely, altogether. We're going to bring this out exactly or altogether or entire in its entirety, entirely. All right. Synonyms: just, right, precisely. Let's look at the word just. Actually, I'll just click on it. Just, when used as an adjective, having a basis in or conforming to fact or reason, reasonable, conforming to a standard of correctness, proper, acting or being in conformity with what is morally upright or good, righteous, being what is merited, deserved, legally correct, lawful. Many of these fit what we're looking at. Exactly, precisely, very recently, by a very small margin, barely, immediately, directly, only, simply, quite, very, perhaps, possibly. All right, so which ones will fit what we're looking for? Having a basis in conforming to fact or reason. All right, conforming to a standard of correctness, proper. We're going to bring it out to you properly. We're going to use reason. We're going to use facts from the scriptures. Acting or being conformity with what is morally upright or good, righteous. That's what we're going to do. We're going to bring it out to you to show you what is morally upright or good in the eyes of the Lord. Being legally correct, lawful. When we bring this out, show you that is lawful, that it's legally correct. We're going to bring it out exactly as we said before. All right. So we're not here to try and pull the wool over anybody's eyes or lead anybody astray. Let's go to the second Ezra chapter 7 and verse 21.
The book of Second Esdras, chapter 7 and verse 21. And it says, "For God had given straight commandments to such as came, what they should do to live, even as they came, and what they should observe to avoid punishment."
So, as we've been saying, the Lord gave us clear instructions on how we're to keep his commandments. As we're reading here, for God hath given straight commandment to such as came, what they should do to live, even as they came, and what they should observe to avoid punishment. He couldn't have been any clearer. It's just a matter of, are you going to take the time to actually read and study what was written in the word? Or are you just going to continue to go by what you've heard and what you've been taught, okay, by whoever taught you? Well, this is what the elder says. This is what we've been following in whatever camp or group you're with. And then when you go out and start your own thing, you just continue on, continuing on with whatever it was that you were taught without ever really going back and going teaching by teaching or commandment by commandment, law by law that you've been taught, and finding out whether or not what you've been taught was right or not. All right. So the Lord gave us clear instructions on how to keep his laws. He couldn't have been any clearer. What we have to do is we must search the scriptures to understand why the Lord gave us certain instructions. We have to search, we have to understand why. Um, Especially when it comes to the Sabbath and the high holy days. Okay. So this lesson again, we're doing it because this is a controversial question. Can we cook on the Day of Atonement? All right. Um, in order to arrive at the answer, there are other questions that have to be asked, other questions that must be answered. Okay. Um, like what is the Sabbath? Why were we told not to cook on the Sabbath day? Is the Sabbath day separate from all other days? All right. Uh, why is it the Lord is not to cook on the Sabbath day? Um, what is the Day of Atonement? How do we observe the Day of Atonement? What are we expected to do on the Day of Atonement? Um, when are we supposed to observe it? Where are we supposed to observe it? Why are we to observe it? How are we to? All of the who, what, when, why, where, and how. Each of these high holy days, Sabbath day, any commandment or law that is written in the scriptures. We got to ask the questions and go into the scriptures to get the answers. All right. So we're going to dive first into the Sabbath because in order to understand the Day of Atonement, because the Day of Atonement is a Sabbath day, but are the Sabbath days um, for the high holy days different or separate than the actual Sabbath day? And we're going to show you that, yeah, they are. There's different expectations, different instructions that are given for the high holy days than on the Sabbath. All right. We know on each of these days that the Sabbath and the high holy days, they're a day of rest. Okay. Um, but there are certain instructions that were given. And again, goes back to what we said at the beginning of the lesson. Some of the instructions were while we were in Egypt, some of the instructions were after we left Egypt for when we were in the wilderness. Some of the instructions were before the tabernacle was reared up, and some of the instructions was for after the tabernacle was reared up. Some of the instructions were, before we went into the land. Some of the instructions were for after we went into the land. The instructions, depending on the law, the commandment, or the high holy day, or the Sabbath, it would change or something would be added because okay, now we're going into the land. When you go into the land, this is what I expect you to do. All right. Some again, pre when we went into the land, pre temple and then post temple instructions were given. Okay. Um, so again, we're going to get into the Sabbath. We're going to talk a little bit about the Sabbath day. um, not completely breaking down the Sabbath, but we're going to give you some understanding about the Sabbath. All right. Let's go to Exodus 16 and 23. So we have to ask the question, what is the Sabbath? What is it?
The book of Exodus, chapter 16 and verse 23. And he said unto them, this is that which the Lord had said, tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto the Lord. Bake that which ye will bake today, and seed that ye will seed, and that which remaineth over lay up for you to be kept until the morning.
So it says tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto the Lord. It's not saying it's the rest of the day of the holy Sabbath. It's saying it's the rest, meaning it is a day of rest. Tomorrow is the day of rest of the holy Sabbath unto the Lord, is what it's saying. The Sabbath is a day of rest. So if you want to ask anybody new, especially coming into this truth, um, many people have never heard of the Sabbath, especially in the Christian churches. Many, you know what I mean? There are many people that claim to be Christians, claim to love God in the Bible, and claim to, keep the commandments and things like that, and have no clue what the Sabbath is. So we have to be able to break it down to them and explain it to them. And quite simply, from what we just read, again, get understanding by what? Through his word, that the Sabbath is a day of rest. All right. Um, what we also need to understand, especially for some of our brothers in this truth, that's why we say many of our brothers need to be retaught. Um, Many of them don't seem to understand, or many of them haven't been taught that the Sabbath was actually given to Israel before we even left Egypt. The Sabbath was given to the Israelites while we were in Egypt. But that again, this is one of those teachings that has been passed down from camp leader to students, and these students have broken off and gone out to be camp leaders, or leaders of congregations, and they're still teaching the same thing and assuming in what they're reading that the Sabbath was given to the Israelites while they were in the wilderness with the Lord. But that's not what happened. We're going to show you through the scriptures, all right, and through other means. We're going to go into the book of Jasher. I know some people, oh, the book of Jasher, but we're going to show you that the Bible actually backs up the fact that the Jasher tells us that the Israelites were given the day of the Sabbath while they were in Egypt, not after they came out. We're going to show it to you. Don't take our word for it again. Go by the word. Okay. So I'm going to read Jasher. All right. This is the book of Jasher, chapter 69 and verses 5 through 8. And it reads, says, then Pharaoh commanded in those days that a proclamation should be issued throughout Egypt to the children of Israel, saying, no man shall diminish anything of his daily labor. And the man who shall be found deficient in his labor, which he performs daily, whether in mortar or in bricks, then his youngest son shall be put in their place. And the labor of Egypt strengthened upon the children of Israel in those days. And behold, if one brick was deficient in any man's daily labor, the Egyptians took his youngest boy by force from his mother and put him into the building in the place of the brick which his father had left wanting. And the men of Egypt did so to all the children of Israel day by day, all the days for a long period. All right. So you can see Pharaoh, started making things harder on the Israelites. Let's go to Jasher 70, and we're going to read verses 33 through 49. It says, and when Moses grew up in the king's house, Letheah, the daughter of Pharaoh, considered him as a son. And all the household of Pharaoh honored him, and all the men of Egypt were afraid of him. And he daily went forth and came into the land of Goshen, where his brethren, the children of Israel, were. And Moses saw them daily in shortness of breath and hard labor. And Moses asked them, saying, Wherefore is this labor meted out unto you day by day? And they told him all that had befallen them, and all the injunctions which Pharaoh had put upon them before his birth. And they told him all the counsels which Balaam the son of Beor had counseled against them. And remember that name, because when you read the book of Numbers, that person comes up again. All right. But it says, and they told him all the counsels which Balaam the son of Beor had counseled against them, and what he had also counseled against him in order to slay him when he had taken the king's crown from off his head. And when Moses heard these things, his anger was kindled against Balaam, and he sought to kill him, and he was in ambush for him day by day. And Balaam was afraid of Moses, and he and his two sons rose up and went forth from Egypt. So when you read this, now when you read the book of Numbers about Balaam and Beor and all of this, it makes more sense as to why he was so angry with the children of Israel and wanted to combat them. All right. Um, verse 40, it says, And Moses was in the king's house going out and coming in. The Lord gave him favor in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of all his servants and in the eyes of all the people of Egypt, and they loved Moses exceedingly. When it's saying he was going out and coming in, that means he was going out there leading the armies and leading battles. Moses was a warrior. All right. Um, so we have to understand that aspect of Moses. All right. Um, verse 41, it says, And the day arrived when Moses went to Goshen to see his brethren, that he saw the children of Israel and their burdens and hard labor, and Moses was grieved on their account. And Moses returned to Egypt and came to the house of Pharaoh and came before the king. And Moses bowed down before the king. And Moses said unto Pharaoh, I pray thee, my Lord, I have come to seek a small request from thee. Turn not away my face empty. And Pharaoh said unto him, Speak. And Moses said unto Pharaoh, Let there be given unto thy servants, the children of Israel, who are in Goshen, one day to rest therein from their labor. And the king answered Moses and said, Behold, I have lifted up thy face in this thing to grant thy request. So he's like, you know what? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll do this for you. And Pharaoh ordered a proclamation to be issued throughout Egypt and Goshen, saying, To you, all the children of Israel, thus says the king, For 6 days ye shall do your work and labor, but on the seventh day ye shall rest, and shall not perform any work. Thus shall you do all the days as the king and Moses the son of Bethiah have commanded. And Moses rejoiced at this thing which the king had granted him. And all the children of Israel did as Moses ordered them. For this thing was from the Lord to the children of Israel. For the Lord had begun to remember the children of Israel to save them for the sake of their fathers. So you can see that you're not going to find out this information unless, again, that's why you got to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little. There are several books that were taken out of the scriptures, that the only way you could get certain information is by going and reading these books. And unfortunately, for some of you, you have some of your leaders that have read these books. They teach you stuff out of the books, but yet they turn around and tell you, oh, don't read that. And, people make fun of other Israelites for reading them and things. And it's like, you know what? That's why in many of your doctrines, you're lost, because you're letting pride get the best of you, because you're afraid to get chastised by other Israelites for reading these books. All right. So now the question is there evidence in the scriptures to confirm what is written in the book of Jasher, that the Israelites were given the Sabbath day before they left Israel? And we're going to tell you that, yes, there's evidence of it. Okay. And we're going to read some of it to you. Let's go to Exodus chapter 5. You're going to read verses 1 through 23. All right. Um, yeah, 1 through 23.
The book of Exodus, chapter 5 and verse 1. And afterward Moses and Aaron went in and told Pharaoh, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, Let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness. And Pharaoh said, Who is the Lord, that I should obey his voice to let Israel go? I know not the Lord, neither will I let Israel go. And they said, The God of the Hebrews had met with me. Let us go, we pray thee, 3 days' journey into the desert and sacrifice unto the Lord our God, lest he fall upon us with a pestilence or with the sword. And the
Listen to
king
verses 4 and 5 real close. Listen to what's being said here. Read it.
and the king of Egypt said unto them, Wherefore do ye, Moses and Aaron, let the people from their works get you unto your burdens? And Pharaoh said, Behold, the people of the land now are many, and ye make them rest from their burdens,
And you what?
and you make them rest from their burdens.
Read it one more time.
And Pharaoh said, Behold, the people of the land now are many, and ye make them rest from their burdens.
And ye make them rest from their burdens, because what was the rest that they were being given? He had already allowed them to have the Sabbath day. I gave you the, like, you already letting them rest. You're gonna see later, he's gonna be like, you know what, they're idle. Now you come, he gets angry because, like, I already gave you this day of rest. You're letting them rest already. Now you're coming to me asking to be let go. You're coming to me asking me to let you go into the wilderness to go sacrifice to your God. I don't know this God. He's getting angry. Now you're asking for too much. All right, go ahead and and read on.
And Pharaoh commanded the same day to makers. Hold on. And Pharaoh
Taskmaster.
commanded, yeah. And Pharaoh commanded the same day to taskmasters of the people that their officers saying, Ye shall no more give the people straw to make brick as heretofore. Let them go and gather straw for themselves. And the tale of the bricks which they did make uh, heretofore, ye shall lay upon them, and ye shall diminish, and it shall not diminish up therefore, for they be idols. Therefore they cry, saying, Let us go and sacrifice to our God.
So he's like, they be idle. He's like, you know what? Basically, they've getting this day of rest. They're sitting around not doing anything. Now they got nerves to be crying and coming to me asking to go sacrifice to their God. Go ahead and read on.
Let their let their more work be laid upon the men, that they may labor therein, and let them not regard vain words. And the masters of the people went out, and their officers, and they spake to the people, saying, Thus saith Pharaoh, I will not give you straw. Go ye, get you straw where you can find it, yet not out of your work shall be diminished. So the people were scattered abroad throughout all the land of Egypt to gather stubble instead of straw. And the taskmasters hasted them, saying, Fulfill your works, your daily task, as when there was straw. And the
So he's
officers of the
basically telling them, you know what? You better not diminish at all from your work. We're not going to give you the straw. You need to go get it yourself, but you better not fall behind on your work. You better produce just as much as you were before. That's what he's telling them. Go ahead.
and the officers of the children of Israel, which Pharaoh's taskmasters had set over them, were beaten and demanded, Wherefore have ye not fulfilled your task in making brick both yesterday and today? as heretofore? Then the officers of the children of Israel came and cried unto Pharaoh, saying, Wherefore dealest thou thus with thy servants? There there is no straw given unto thy servants, and they say to us, Make brick. And behold, the servants are beaten, but the fault is in thine own people.
So they're like, you know what? It's you guys' fault. It's your own people's fault. You guys are the ones not giving us the things that we need to make the bricks. Go ahead.
But he said, ye are idle. Therefore ye say, Let us go and do sacrifice to the Lord.
So
So
why
there,
is he saying it again? You are idle, you are idle, because he's already given them a day of rest. He's like, you know what? You guys are just sitting idle already. Gave you a day of rest. Now you want to ask me to go sacrifice to your God. So basically, what did he do? He's making things harder on them. Go ahead.
go therefore now and work, for there shall no straw be given you, yet shall ye deliver the tales of bricks. And the officers of the children of Israel did see that they were in evil case. After it was said, Ye shall not minish aught from your bricks of your daily task. And they met Moses and Aaron, who stood in the way as they came forth from Pharaoh. And they said unto them, The Lord look upon you and judge, because ye have made our Savior to be abhorred in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of his servants, to put a sword in their hand to slay us.
So now they're
And,
bringing Moses and Aaron. Go ahead.
and Moses returned unto the Lord and said, Lord, wherefore hast thou so evil entreated this people? Why is it that thou hast sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in thy name, he had done evil to this people. Neither hast thou delivered thy people at all.
All right. So you can clearly read in verses 4 and 5 um, that Pharaoh is chastising Moses and Aaron for giving the Israelites rest. All right. The rest that they were giving them was the Sabbath that was already given to them in Jasher that we read about. Okay. So again, that's why you got to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. All right, let's go to Exodus 16 and 1. You're going to read verses 1 through 36.
The book of Exodus, chapter 16, and verse 1. And they took their journey from Elim, and all the congregation of the children of Israel came unto the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the second month after the departing out of the land of Egypt. And the whole congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. And the children of Israel said unto them, Would to God we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the flesh pots, and when we did eat bread to the full. For ye have brought us forth into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger. Then said the Lord unto Moses, Behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them whether they will walk in my law or no. And it shall come to pass that on the sixth day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. And
So
Moses,
let's stop right there for a second. So one of the things we got to understand is why was this instructions given to the children of Israel? Why were they being given this instruction that they're going to gather for 6 days and on the seventh day they're not going to gather? It just told us because the Lord was testing them. You got to remember that just about everything in the wilderness was a test. He was proving Israel. He was trying, when we get into the land, are they going to keep my commandments or are they not going to keep my commandments? Am I going to take them in like right now, or am I going to have to make them wait before I take them into the land? It says it right here. Verse 4. Then said the Lord unto Moses, behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them whether they will walk in my law or no. And it shall come to pass on the sixth day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. All right. He didn't give him, he just gave him that. He didn't give him any more detail. Just, okay, after the 6 days, on that sixth day, you're going to gather twice as much. What was he expecting? He expected them to already understand. They've already been given the Sabbath day. It's a day of rest. Are you going to follow my instructions, or are you not going to follow my instructions on the Sabbath day that you're not going to do any work? Let's go ahead and read on.
And Moses and Aaron said unto all the children of Israel at evening, then ye shall know that the Lord had brought you out from the land of Egypt. And in the morning, then ye shall see the glory of the Lord, from that he heareth
Or
your
before that.
murmurings. And in the morning, then ye shall see the glory of the Lord, for that he heard your murmurings against the Lord. And what are we that you murmur against us? And Moses said, this shall be when the Lord shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full. For that the Lord heareth your murmurings which ye murmur against him. And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, but against the Lord. And Moses spake unto Aaron, saying unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, come near before the Lord, for he had heard your murmurings. And it came to pass, as Aaron spake unto the whole congregation of the children of Israel, that they looked towards the wilderness, and behold, the glory of the Lord appeared in the cloud. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel. Speak unto them, saying, at evening ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread, and ye shall know that I, the Lord, I am the Lord your God. And it came to pass that at the evening the quails came up and covered the camp, and in the morning the dew lay round about the host. And when the dew that laid was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as the hoar frost on the ground. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, it is manna, for they wist not what it was. And Moses said unto them, this is the bread which the Lord had given you to eat. This is the thing which the Lord had commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating, and omer for every man, according to the number of your persons. Take ye every man for them which are in his tents. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered some more, some less. And when they did meet it with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. And Moses said, let no man leave of it till the morning. Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto Moses, but some of them left of it until the morning, and it bred worms and stank. And Moses was brought with them. And they gather it every morning, even hold on. And they gather it every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted. And it came to pass, and it came to pass that on the sixth day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man, and all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. And he said unto them, this is that which the Lord had said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto the Lord. Bake that which ye will bake today, and see that ye will see, and that which remaineth over lay up for you to be kept until the morning. Um, and it says, and they laid it up till the morning as Moses bade, and it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein. And Moses said, eat that today, for today is the Sabbath unto the Lord. Today ye shall not find it in the field. 6 days ye shall gather it, but on the seventh day, which is the Sabbath, in it there shall be none. And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the seventh day for to gather, and they found none. And the Lord said unto Moses, how long refuses ye to keep my commandments and my laws? Before that the Lord had given you the Sabbath, and therefore he giveth you on the sixth day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place, let no man go out of his place on the seventh day. So the people rested on the seventh day. And the house of Israel called the name thereof manna, and it was like uh, coriander seed, white, and a taste of it was like wafers made with honey. And Moses said, this is the thing which the Lord commanded. Fill on an omer of it to keep it for your generations, that they may see the bread wherewith I have fed you in the wilderness when I brought you forth from the land of Egypt. And Moses said unto Aaron, take a pot and put an omer full of manna therein, and lay it upon before the Lord to keep it for your generations. As the Lord commanded Moses, so Aaron laid it up before the testimony to be kept. And the children of Israel did eat manna 40 years until they came to a land inhabited. They did eat manna until they came unto the borders of the land of Canaan. Now, an omer is the tenth part of an ephah.
All right. So now we've read all that. We got to ask the question, why did the Lord give the Israelites these particular instructions in regards to the Sabbath day? Was that just for that time, or was that a thing forever? Because if you take it as it's written, that it was something that was instructed for Sabbath day forever, then that means that every day when the Sabbath, or every Sabbath when the Sabbath comes around, none of us are supposed to leave our house. That means you're not supposed to go out and teach on the Sabbath. That means that you're not supposed to go to the school on the Sabbath, or the church, or wherever you're going on the Sabbath. Whether you guys got schools, or whether your congregation is considered a church, because some of them, like GOCC, Gathering of Christ Church, they look at themselves as a church. They when they uh, hold their ceremonies, they're like a church building. Some have schools that they much smaller, and they've got the people sitting in seats, and you know what I mean. You got the leadership sitting up at the tables. So there's a little bit of a difference. So we got to ask, were those instructions that were just instructions that were given for that particular time? Or was it instruction that was given to Israel for us to abide by throughout our generations? Uh, that we would observe that when the Sabbath comes around, you're not supposed to leave your house at all. Stay inside. That was instructions that was given to Israel for that particular situation, for that particular incident. And we got to remember um, that up to this point, all Israel knew about the Sabbath was that the Sabbath was a day of rest. So many of them may not have known that going out and collecting the manna on the Sabbath was breaking the Sabbath, and that they were being considered doing some type of work. That's why they didn't get killed at that particular time, because they didn't understand that. That's why the Lord gave them grace. Like, okay, I understand. I gave you the Sabbath. It's a day of rest. You really didn't know you broke my Sabbath. I'm pissed off at you because you broke my commandments. I told you not to go out there and do it, but you did it anyway. You intentionally disobeyed me. But I understand I haven't given you guys the laws yet. I haven't given you the commandments, so you don't know any better yet. So I'm going to let this slide somewhat. So basically, what I'm going to tell you, this is your punishment. Stay inside. Don't leave, don't leave your homes on the Sabbath day. Stay in. That's what was going on here. All right. Um, you got to remember that this is before Exodus 20. This is before Exodus 20 and 8, when um, the Lord laid out the Sabbath day in the Ten Commandments, which tells you that they already knew about the Sabbath day before they left Egypt. Because in fact, you got to remember that this situation was right after they crossed the Red Sea. So how did they, if Exodus 20 and 8, they haven't, the Lord hadn't spoke to them on the mount yet and told them about Exodus 20 and 8, remember the Sabbath day. How did they even know about the Sabbath day already?
Right.
Again, it was already given to them before they left Egypt. And they're being reminded, okay, I already gave you this day of rest, the seventh day. You want manna? Okay, we're gonna stay right here for a little bit. Oh, you want food? Okay, I'll give you bread to eat in the morning and give you meat to eat in the evening. But here are my instructions. Follow my instruction. He told Moses, I'm all right. The reason why I'm doing this because I want to test them. They want to sit here and murmur. Let's see if they keep my commandment or not. I just want to see, are they gonna listen to me? All right. Um, let me see. Let's go to Exodus 20 and 8 through 11, because now this is a little bit later when they are there. Moses, the Lord comes down to the mount and speaks to the children of Israel and gives them, the commandments, and the law of the Sabbath is given to them in the Ten Commandments. So if the law and the commandments was just being given to them, again, how did they know about the Sabbath day already when they had just crossed the Red Sea? All right. So let's go to Exodus 20 and 8 through 11.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20 and verse 8. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, the manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Okay, so now the question that what we're going to pose is this: why are the children of Israel being told to remember the Sabbath day? Because there are many of our brothers in the truth. You hear them out teaching on the streets, sometimes even online, where they say, yeah, he says, remember the Sabbath day. So we had to remember the Sabbath day because it was going to be taken away from us. We was going to forget the Sabbath day in captivity. It's not why he's telling them to remember the Sabbath day. He's telling them to remember the Sabbath day because they had already been given the Sabbath day before they even left Egypt. Remember the Sabbath day. Remember, I gave you this day of rest before you left Egypt. Remember it. It's a commandment. Observe it. Some of our people are not going to understand this because they've been taught and been teaching for so long that remember the Sabbath day. Yeah, he told us that because we just go forget the Sabbath day. It's not what it's talking about. He's telling them to remember the Sabbath day because it's reminding them about the Sabbath day because they had already been taught about the Sabbath day. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Holy means what? To keep it separate. That makes sense?
Yep.
All right. So, but we do have to remember that the Sabbath day itself was actually already implemented back during the time of Genesis, but wasn't given until the children of it, but wasn't given until the children of Israel received it in Egypt. All right, let's go to Genesis 2 and 1 through 3. We'll show you because it just said it here in Exodus 20 and 11. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. So he had already blessed the Sabbath day. He didn't give the Sabbath day to Abraham. He didn't give it to Isaac. He didn't give it to Jacob. He gave it to the 12 tribes of Israel. But it was already there. It was already in play, but up in the heavens, but the Lord hadn't given it to anyone but the children of Israel here on earth. Go ahead and read.
The book of Genesis, chapter 2 and verse 1. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made.
All right. So he sanctified it. He set it apart from the very beginning when he ended all his work in the 6 days of the creation. On the seventh day, the Lord rested, and all the host of heaven, they were already following the Sabbath day up in the heavens. But it wasn't given to the children of Israel until they were in Egypt and going through the hard bondage under Pharaoh. And he implemented it and gave it to them. And then when he came down and gave them the law, showing them that it is in the law, it is a commandment, it's part of the 10 Commandments. All right. And it was something that was only given to the children of Israel. It wasn't given to everybody. Like I just said, it wasn't given to Abraham. It wasn't given to Isaac. It wasn't given to Jacob. The Sabbath day wasn't given to Adam and Eve. It wasn't given uh, to Shem. He waited all the way until he was dealing with the children of Israel to give it to the children of Israel. Let's go to Exodus 31 and read verses 12 through 18.
The book of Exodus, chapter 31 and verse 12. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak thou also unto the children of Israel, saying, Verily, my Sabbaths ye shall keep, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know that I am the Lord that doth sanctify you. You shall keep the Sabbath, therefore, for it is holy unto you. Every one that defiled it shall surely be put to death. For whosoever doeth any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh day is the Sabbath of rest, holy to the Lord. Whosoever doeth any work in the Sabbath day, he shall surely be put to death. Wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations for a perpetual covenant. It is a sign between the children of Israel forever. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and on the seventh day he rested and was refreshed. And he gave unto Moses, when he had made an end of communing with him upon Mount Sinai, two tables of testimony, tables of stone, written with the finger of God.
All right. So what we see here is that now there is a clear consequence for breaking the Sabbath, where they hadn't been given the law yet. All they had been told about the Sabbath when they were in Egypt, that's a day of rest. The Lord is blessing you with a day of rest. He hadn't taught them that there is going to be a severe consequence for breaking the Sabbath day. That's why he gave them grace when they did break the Sabbath and didn't listen to him. When he told them, don't go out and gather the manna on the seventh day, I'm going to give you enough on the sixth day that you're going to get double. So don't go out. It's the Sabbath day. He gave them a little grace because he understood, you know what? I haven't given them the law yet. They don't know any better. So I'm not going to kill them. I'm going to stall them out. I'm not going to do it. But now here, they've now learned that, yeah, there is a clear consequence for breaking the Sabbath day. And that consequence is death. So he's letting them know that this is a serious thing. You break the Sabbath day, I'm going to kill you. All right. The other thing to get out of this is the Sabbath day is a holy day, meaning that it is a separate day. The word holy means to be severed or to be separate. Okay. The Sabbath day is separate from all other days, and that includes what? The high holy days. It's its own Sabbath, its own feast day, separate from all the other feast days, because the other feast days are their own separate Sabbaths, separate from the Sabbath day. That's why, uh, for those of us that follow the Enoch calendar, there is no way that you can start the calendar on the Sabbath day and follow and do the high holy days on the same day as the Sabbath, because they're their own separate days. There's because that's what ends up happening is that um, your Passover will start on the Sabbath day and so on and so forth. Where that's not how that should be happening. The Lord created the sun and the moon on the fourth day, and that's where the count for those days start. You have what's considered the Sabbath work week, which is day 1 through day 7, and then you have the month and yearly calendar, which starts on the what fourth day, which would be Wednesday of the work week, and so on. If you don't understand what we mean, go watch our videos that we got on here talking about the calendar, breaking down the day, the week, the month, and the year. Go and watch them. Again, also too, we're not going to completely break down the Day of Atonement today, so we have a video on where that we did last year that's on our channel. Go and watch it. We're talking extensively about the Day of Atonement. All right. Um, but holy means to be severed or separated. Let's go to Leviticus 20 and 26, because this is where it shows you that holy means to be separated.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 20, and verse 26. And it says, and ye shall be holy unto me, for I, the Lord, am holy, and have severed you from other people that ye should be mine.
Severed, separated, severed you from other people, and you shall be holy unto me, for I, the Lord, am holy, and have severed you from other people that you should be mine. He separated us. All right. Um, let's go to Ezekiel 20 and 12.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 20 and verse 12. Moreover, also, I gave them my Sabbath to be a sign between me and them, that they might know that I am the Lord that sanctified them.
All right. So again, here in Ezekiel 20 and 12, being reminded about how the Sabbath was given to the Israelites and that it was a sign between him and the Israelites. He made a covenant with the Israelites in regard to the Sabbath day. The Sabbath day was not given to everyone, just like the law was not given to everyone. The Sabbath was not given to everyone. The Sabbath was given only to the children of Israel. All right. Um, but there again, there's also instructions with that. Let's say there's a stranger living in the land. Let's say some Edomite, some Moabite, some Ammonite decides that, they're going to move to Jerusalem and live amongst the Israelites and work among the Israelites. They would be expected to keep the Sabbath day and keep the law right along with the children of Israel. Had no choice. All right. Just like here in America, we are citizens of America. We're living among Esau and all the other nations, and we are expected to keep the laws of America while we're here. We can't just go and do our own thing. All right. So it's the same with back then. So we know that the Sabbath was given to the Israelites before they left Egypt. Um, certain instructions that were given, they were being tested. One hand, they were told not to leave their homes. Again, was that a instruction that was for that particular time, that particular situation, or was that something we're supposed to be abiding by even today? No, we're not supposed to be abiding by that even today. That was him dealing with that group of Israelites at that particular time because they broke the Sabbath, they broke his commandment. All right, that was their punishment rather than putting them to death. Um, so now, why did the Lord tell Israel not to cook on the Sabbath day? This is what we're going to get into now. Now we're going to really start getting into whether we can cook or not cook on the Day of Atonement. Okay. So the question is, why did the Lord tell Israel not to cook on the Sabbath? So we're going to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little to get you understanding. Let's go to Exodus 35 and verses 1 through 3.
The book of Exodus, chapter 35, verse 1. And Moses gathered all the congregation of the children of Israel together and said unto them, these are the words which the Lord had commanded that ye should do them. 6 days shall work be done, but on the seventh day there shall be to you an holy day of Sabbath of rest to the Lord. Whosoever doeth work therein shall be put to death. Ye shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath day.
You shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath day. So now, what does it mean to kindle a fire according to the Bible? Because you have Christians, when I've watched videos or Israelites bring this out, and Christians be like, but how do you know kindle a fire means to cook? How do you know? And in some situations, many of our brothers don't know where to go to answer that question. They usually just say, well, it means to cook. It means cooking. Many of them don't know what precept to go to in order to answer the question. We're going to give you the precept to go to that answers the question and tells you what it means to kindle a fire. All right. So when you come into amongst someone, they ask you that question, you need to have a precept in order to um, substantiate what you're saying, that kindling a fire means to cook, let's go to Jeremiah 7 and 18.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 7 and verse 18. The children gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire, and the women knead their dough to make cakes to the queen of heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto other gods, that they may provoke me to anger.
So we know that what's going on right now, what Israel is doing, is wicked, because they're doing this to make cakes and drink offerings unto other gods. And this also goes into what we're going to touch upon later on in the lesson, as to what is spoken about in the New Testament about eating foods sacrificed unto idols. Because what you have to understand is that we were not the only ones that were eating food sacrificed to our God. All the other nations did that. All the other nations had temples where they went to and sat down and ate their sacrifices that they sacrificed to their gods. It wasn't something that was just special to us. We did it. All the other nations did it. Only we did it to our God, the true God. They did it to their gods, which were idols. And what you read about in the New Testament is the Gentiles, meaning the Israelites that were living under Gentile conditions. They thought, they were called Gentiles. They couldn't call themselves Jews at one time under the Greek and Roman captivities, or mainly under the Greek. They were not able to call themselves Jews, weren't able to keep Sabbath days, weren't able to keep high holy days. They became Gentiles. And what were they doing? They were eating foods sacrificed unto idols. And the two main idols that they were eating food sacrificed to goes back to what you read about um, when Jeroboam separated the northern kingdom from the southern kingdom because of Rehoboam. When he set up the two golden calves in the land, and instead of letting the northern kingdom go to the southern kingdom, to Jerusalem, and we're going to touch on it, to for the high holy days, he set up the golden calves and had them uh, eating food sacrificed to those idols. That's what was going on with the northern kingdom, but also too in captivity, as we were scattered amongst these other heathen nations. We started uh, like Diana, that you read about in the book of Acts and things like that. You had Israelites that were getting involved in all these other religions and following after these other deities and sitting down and eating the foods that were being sacrificed to them. And this kind of goes into that, because it wasn't only at that time in the New Testament Israel was doing that. Israel has been doing that. We're going to show you Israel's been doing that for a long time. We're going to show you that even Solomon did the same thing, was setting up high places where he was sacrificing to the gods of his wives, and sitting down amongst them and eating food sacrificed to their gods. All right, it wasn't something new in the New Testament. It's something Israel has done throughout our history, even today, in today's modern time. When our people go to Christmas feasts, they go to Thanksgiving feasts, trick or treating, you're eating food sacrificed to these deities that they're celebrating. Like for Christmas, Tammuz, and so on and so forth. So Easter and so on. These uh, holidays that Esau has us following today, when you're sitting down and you're feasting, that's what he's got us, our people doing, is eating food sacrificed to their idols, to their deities. All right, so it's nothing new. So again, Jeremiah 7:18, the children gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire, and the women knead their dough to make cakes to the queen of heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto other gods that they may provoke me to anger. Kindling a fire, meaning they're kindling that fire so that they can cook. Let's go to Jeremiah 33 and 18.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 33 and verse 18. Neither shall the priests, the Levites, want a man before me to offer burnt offerings and to kindle meat offerings and to do sacrifice continually.
All right. So listen closely to what this is telling us. Jeremiah 33:18. Neither shall the priests, the Levites, want a man before me to offer burnt offerings and to kindle meat offerings. Kindle means what? Cooking meat offerings and to do sacrifice continually. They all mean the same thing. Burnt offerings, meat offerings, sacrifice, and cooking all interchangeably mean the same thing in the scriptures. You gotta understand that. And Jeremiah 33 and 18 is showing us that. It should be plain when you read it. Is that kindle means to cook according to the scriptures. All right. So we were told not to cook while we were in the wilderness. That was the instructions that was given, that we should not cook. We just read it. Thou shalt not kindle a fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath day. We were told not to cook. All right. What we're going to show you is that number one, that this was told to Israel to test them, just like they were being tested when he told them not to go out and search for the manna on the Sabbath day. That's number one. They were being tested. Two, it was to prepare us for when the Levitical priest would be set up for the works of the tabernacle, for when the tabernacle would be reared up. Again, some instructions were before we left Egypt, some instructions were for after Egypt. Some instructions were for the wilderness before the tabernacle was reared up. Some of the instructions were for after the tabernacle was reared up. Some of the instructions were before we went into the land. Some were before after we went into the land. Some instructions were before the temple, and some were for when the temple was built. You have to understand that. All right. Um, but the Levitical priesthood would be set up to do the works of the tabernacle, which what would be happening on the Sabbath day in the tabernacle? The Levitical priests would be doing exactly what we're reading in Jeremiah 33 and 18. They would be doing burnt offerings and kindling meat offerings and doing sacrifice continually on the Sabbath day. In other words, they would be cooking. Cooking. Don't take my word for it. Go read it. Go read the Bible. Read the scriptures. Don't just listen to us. Don't take our word for it. Go read it. And we're showing you the precepts right here. Part of the Levitical priest's job or their works for the tabernacle was to make burnt offerings, kindle meat offerings, or in other words, cook burnt offerings. That's what they was doing. That's what was being done on the Sabbath days and the high holy days and every day, because remember, there were burnt offerings for every day of the week that they had to do, daily burnt offerings. Okay. That's why you got to read. You got to go through in order to get full understanding of what's going on. You got to read. All right. Let's go to the book of Numbers, chapter 15. You're going to read verses 32 through 36.
The book of Numbers, chapter 15 and verse 32. And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks upon the Sabbath day. And that found him gathering sticks brought him unto Moses and Aaron and unto all the congregation. And they put him inward because it was not declared what should be done to him. And the Lord said unto Moses, the man shall be surely put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones without the camp. And all the congregation brought him without the camp and stoned him with stones, and he died, as the Lord commanded Moses.
All right. So number one, they put him in jail. And ward means they put the man in jail. In verse 34, and they put him in ward because it was not declared what should be done to him. The reason was that uh, they now know the consequences for breaking the Sabbath was given. It was given to them that it was death in Exodus 31:14. They still weren't too sure if a man just gathering sticks on the Sabbath was actually breaking the Sabbath. Because you got to remember, when they were out there gathering up the manna, the Lord didn't kill him. He didn't give them that severe punishment. So they were confused like, okay, he was gathering the sticks. We know he's doing something wrong. But when we were gathering the manna, the Lord didn't kill us. So what should we do? What does the Lord want us to do with him? And that's why Moses had to go in and cry, hey, you know what do you want us to do with this dude? So it was like, kill him. That's what if somebody breaking the Sabbath, they're going to die. He didn't do it to them when they gathered the manna because they hadn't been given the law yet. They hadn't known yet to what extent the consequences would be for breaking the Sabbath. Again, the Lord gave them mercy. He gave them grace at that particular time when they were collecting the manna to say, you know what, stay in your homes. Don't go outside. You like how long when are you guys gonna listen to me? When are you gonna keep my commandments? He gave them that grace, he gave them that mercy at that time. But now it's like you guys, I gave you the law. The law says somebody break the commandments, they gotta die. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And so what did they do? They took him out and they stole him. That's not stolen, they stoned him. All right. But that was why the Lord had to step in. The Lord knows the intent of the heart. He knew that the man was gathering the sticks, intending to cook with the sticks and to cook with the wood. As we read in Jeremiah 7:18, the fathers would gather the wood. What were they gathering the wood for? To kindle the wood so they can cook. That's what the man was gathering the sticks for. So the Lord had to step in and deal with it. But we also got to understand that that's not the only reason why the Lord was mad at the man and that he had to die. There was another reason also that the Lord wanted the man punished. And you got to go up a little bit in Numbers 15 to understand it. Stay in Numbers 15, but now go up to verse 22 and you're going to read down to verse 31. We just read verse 32 through 36. Now you're going to read 22 through 31. And this is going to explain the main reason why the Lord was pissed off at this dude.
The book of Numbers, chapter 15 and verse 22. And if ye have erred and not observe all these commandments which the Lord had spoken unto Moses, even all that the Lord had commanded you by the hand of Moses from the day that the Lord commanded Moses, and hence forward among your generations, then it shall be if aught be committed by ignorance without the knowledge of the congregation, that all the congregation shall offer one young bullock for a burnt offering for a sweet savor unto the Lord, with his meat offering and his drink offering according to the manner, and one kid of the goat for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for all the congregation of the children of Israel, and it shall be forgiven them, for it is ignorance. And they shall bring their offering, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Lord, and their sin offerings before the Lord for their ignorance. And it shall be forgiven all the congregation of the children of Israel, and the stranger that sojourneth among them, seeing all the people were in ignorance. And if any soul sin through ignorance, then he shall bring a she goat of the first year for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for the soul that sinneth ignorantly. When he sinneth by ignorance before the Lord to make an atonement for him, it shall be forgiven him. Ye shall have one law for him that sinneth through ignorance, both for him that is born among the children of Israel, and for the stranger that sojourneth among them. But the soul that doth act presumptuously, whether he be born in the land or a stranger, the same reproacheth the Lord, and that soul shall be cut up from among his people, because he
In other
had
words,
this.
he should be killed. Go
Mhm.
ahead.
Because he had despised the word of the Lord and had broken his commandment, that soul shall utterly be cut off, his iniquity shall be upon him.
So this is just before the situation happened where the dude was out there picking up the sticks. It was given the example of what was going on. He went out presumptuously and broke the commandment of the Lord. He disobeyed, showing that he despised the word of the Lord and broke the commandment. And that's why the Lord told him to be killed. It goes back to what was going on right here in Numbers 15, just before that situation was brought up. Again, but the soul that doeth aught presumptuously, whether he be born in the land or a stranger, the same reproacheth the Lord, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people. In other words, he's going to die. See, by now they had enough information about the Sabbath that if you break the Sabbath, you're going to die. The penalty is death. And he ignored it and was like, I'm going to still do my own thing. And doing his own thing got him killed. All right. That's why we got to be real careful. Our punishment for these sins now is not death, because we can be forgiven under Christ for these sins. But you still need to be careful, because you never know when the Lord just might say, you know what, I've had enough. When they come to the fullness of their sins, I'll take them out. Just take them out. All right. Um, so what's going on? These instructions and the consequences for presumptuously breaking the commandment of the Lord, again, was given just before the example of the man gathering the stick was written. All right. Um, this shows the actual reason uh, why the Lord was angry at the man, and his consequence for deliberately breaking the Lord's commandment not to cook in the Sabbath was death. Everything was a test in the wilderness. You got to remember that. They were told not to cook. Let's go to Exodus 20 and 20. We have to remember everything that was going on in the wilderness was a test. He had to test it. He had to prove us before taking us into the land.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20 and verse 20. And Moses said unto the people, fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not.
And that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. God came to prove the children of Israel. And this was during the time he was giving them the Ten Commandments. The Lord spoke the Ten Commandments to the children of Israel. He did everything he did in the wilderness. He did to test Israel before he allowed them to go into the land, to see whether or not they were going to follow the commandments or not. Because remember, he couldn't let them go into the land if they were just going to go into the land and sin. Like, what was the use in him kicking the inhabitants of the land out for their sins if he's just going to replace them with another sinful nation? It wouldn't make any sense. He needed to make sure that the people he was going to put into that land to replace, um, the inhabitants of the land, the Hivites, the Girgashites, and so on and so forth. He wanted to make sure that we weren't going to go in there and continue the same old thing that they were doing. All right. So now let's go to the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 8. You're going to read verses 1 through 20.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 8 and verse 1. All the commandments which I command thee this day shall ye observe to do, that ye may live and multiply, and go in and possess the land which the Lord sware unto your fathers. And thou shalt remember all the way which the Lord thy God led thee these 40 years in the wilderness, to humble thee and to prove thee, to know what was in thine heart, whether thou wouldest keep his commandments or no. And he humbled thee, and suffered thee to hunger, and fed thee with manna, which thou knowest not, neither did thy fathers know, that he might make thee known that manna doth not live, that hold on, that he might be. I'm gonna read verse 3 again. And he humbled thee, and suffered thee to hunger, and fed thee with manna, which thou knowest not, neither did thy fathers know, that he might make thee known that manna that not that
That
man that
man did not
yeah,
live by bread only.
thank you. Uh that he might make thee known that man doth not live by bread only, but by every word that proceeded out of the mouth of the Lord doth man live. The remnant wax not old upon thee. The raiment wax not old upon thee, neither did thy foot swell these 40 years. Thou shalt also consider in thy heart that as a man chasteneth his son, so the Lord thy God chasteneth thee. Therefore thou shalt keep the commandments of the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways and to fear him. For the Lord thy God bringeth thee into a good land, a land of brooks of waters, of fountains and depths that spring out of valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley, vines, figs, trees, and pomegranates, a land of oil, olive, and honey, a land wherein thou shalt eat bread without scareness. Thou shalt not lack anything in it. A land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills thou mayest dig brass. When thou hast eaten and art full, then thou shalt bless the Lord thy God for the good land which he had given thee. Beware that thou forget not the Lord thy God, and to keep his commandments and his judgments and his statutes which I command thee this day, Le- lest when thou hast eaten and art full, and hast built goodly houses and dwelt therein, and when thy herds and thy flocks multiply, and thy silver and thy gold is multiplied, and all that thou hast is multiplied, then thine heart be lifted up, and thou forget the Lord thy God, which brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage, who led thee through the great and terrible wilderness, wherein were fiery serpents and scorpions, and drought, where there was no water, who brought thee forth water out of the rocks of flame, who fed thee in the wilderness with manna, which thy fathers knew not, that he might humble thee, and that he might prove thee to do thee good at thy latter end. And thou say in thine heart, my power and the might of my hand had gotten me this wealth. But thou shalt remember the Lord thy God, for it is he that giveth thee power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant, which he sware unto thy fathers, as it is this day. And it shall be, if thou do at all forget the Lord thy God, and walk after other gods, and serve them, and worship them, I testified against you this day that ye shall surely perish. As the nations which the Lord destroyed before your face, so shall ye perish, because ye will not be obedient unto the voice of the Lord your God.
All right. So he gave them a lot of instructions, gave them a reminder. This is what I did for you here in the wilderness. All right. When you go into this land that I'm going to give you, I'm giving you a great land, a land filled with this, and that. When you get in there and you're living comfortable, you're living fat, you're comfortable, you got everything you need, just don't forget me. That's all I ask. Don't forget about me. Don't forget that I'm the one that did all this for you, and I'm the one that gave it to you. Because if you disobey me and you start sinning, I'm going to have to punish you. All right. Um, so this is what was going on. He was giving them some instructions before they were to go into the land. All right. And we're going to go into some more. But again, the question is, so why were the Israelites told not to cook on the Sabbath day? What does this have to do with any of that? Again, this was to test them, number one. It was a test. As you can see, what we just read, he said that he did these things in the wilderness to test Israel, to prove them, whether or not they would keep the commandments or not. All right. Whether or not they would listen to his instructions exactly as he had given them and would do them. Number two, the Lord knew what he had planned for Israel for when they would erect the tabernacle. He already knew. It was already planned out. When they would erect the tabernacle, they would have the altar. The Lord knew that they would not need to cook on the Sabbath day because the office of the Levitical priests, part of their office, part of their job would be to cook for the people on the Sabbath day. The people wouldn't have to cook for themselves. All you need to do is make sure that you bring your offering, and they would pick it up for you right there. That's what was going on. So a lot of people don't understand what was actually going on when it came to the burnt offerings. They were cooking. We're going to show you. They were cooking. All right. Um, but he knew that they would be feasting on, at those times in the tent of meeting. Um, you would go, you would, the take your offering and things like that. Uh, they would teach. You know what I mean? There was a lot of different offices going on amongst the Levitical priesthood and what they had to do for the works of the tabernacle. Um, you also got to remember that the Sabbath was separate from all the other days too, which included the high holy days. So, you got to understand all of this in order to get to the point to where you can understand whether or not we can cook on the Day of Atonement. All right. Um, Let me see where are we going. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 12. We're going to read verses 1 through 28.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 12, and verse 1. It says, "These are the statutes and the judgments which ye shall observe to do in the land which the Lord God of thy fathers giveth thee to possess it, all the days that ye live upon the earth.
So
Ye shall
remember, said earlier, you got to remember and understand that there were instructions given um, before leaving Egypt. There was instructions on after they left Egypt. Instructions on certain things um, while they were in the wilderness before the tabernacle was erected. Instructions for after the tabernacle was erected. Instructions for when they were in the wilderness before they went into the land. And here we're going to read instructions being given for after they go into the land. All right, let's go ahead and read.
Ye shall utterly destroy all the places wherein the nations which ye shall possess serve their gods, upon the high mountains and upon the hills and under every green tree. And ye shall overthrow their altars and break their pillars and burn their groves with fire. And ye shall hew down the graven images of their gods and destroy the names of them out of that place.
So you can see he's giving them clear instructions. When you go in that land, you're going to destroy everything about all their gods and, their worship places, everything. You're going to get rid of it. Go ahead.
Ye shall not do so unto the Lord your God.
But unto your God, you're not going to do that. You're not going to go and destroy the places and things that are erected for your God. Go ahead.
But unto the place which the Lord your God shall choose out of all your tribes to put his name there, even unto his habitation shall ye see, and there thou shalt come. And thither ye shall bring your burnt offerings and your sacrifice and your tithes and heap offerings of your hand and your vows and your free will offerings and your firstlings of your herds and of your flocks. And there ye shall eat before the Lord your God, and ye shall rejoice in all that ye put your hand unto, ye and your households, wherein the Lord thy God hath blessed thee.
So he's giving them clear instructions. When you go into the land, there's going to be a particular place that I'm going to choose. And in that place is where you're going to bring all of your offerings. And that place you're going to bring your sacrifices, your tithe, your heap offerings, all of those things that I'm going to require when you get into the land. All right, let's go ahead and read on.
Ye shall not do after all the things that we
All right,
do.
read verse 7. Read verse 7.
Verse 7. And there ye shall eat before the Lord your God, and ye shall
And
rejoice in
there you
all,
should what?
and there ye shall rejoice,
No, and there you shall what?
uh, and there ye shall eat before the Lord your God.
And there you shall eat before the Lord your God. Again, we've mentioned this before that a lot of our brothers in this truth see people don't want to wait around and actually learn. I was just like last week watching people jump on and jump off. People jump on and jump off. People don't want to learn. A lot of they think they know everything. This is something that's not important, so they're just gonna jump off. All right. But this is the place where we're going to bring our burnt offerings and our sacrifices and all these things. And that's where we're going to eat them before the Lord our God. These burnt offerings, these meat offerings, and things like that, they were done for that meat, for those offerings to be eaten. All right. Go ahead and read on.
And there ye shall eat before the Lord your God, and ye shall rejoice in all that ye put your hands unto, ye and your household, wherein the Lord thy God hath blessed thee. Ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day, every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes. For
So,
ye are
what did he
not.
just tell us specifically about when we go in the land? After we go in the land, he's telling us you're not going to do after all the things that we do here this day. Here, where? In the wilderness. These were instructions that was given to us for here in the wilderness before we go into the land. But when we go into the land, when you go in that land, this is what's going to be expected of you. That makes sense that the instructions changed. That it should be real clear, real simple to understand. All right, let's go ahead and read on.
For ye are not as yet come to the rest and to the inheritance which the Lord your God giveth you. But when ye go over Jordan and dwell in the land which the Lord your God giveth you to inherit, and when he giveth you rest from all your enemies round about, so that ye dwell in safety, then there shall be a place which the Lord your God shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. Thither shall ye bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithe, and the heap offerings of your hand, and all your choice vows which ye vow unto the Lord.
So
And ye
he
shall
says, there shall be a place, meaning we got into the land which the Lord your God shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. Thither, meaning there shall you bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings, sacrifices, tithes, heave offerings, all of those things, your vows unto the Lord. Go ahead and read on.
And ye shall rejoice before the Lord your God, ye and your sons and your daughters and your maidservants and your maiden servants and the Levites that is within your gates, for as much as he had not no part nor an inheritance with you.
All right, so
Take,
listen to the coming instructions really close. Okay, go ahead and read.
take heed to thyself that thou offer not thy burnt offerings in every place that thou seest.
So he's being very specific. Be aware, take heed that you don't offer your burnt offerings in any place that thou seest. Don't do it. We were allowed to do that in the wilderness, in the when the tabernacle was reared up, but now that we're going in the land, he's telling there's going to be a specific place that I'm going to have set aside for you to go do these burnt offerings. All right, go ahead.
Um, but in the place which the Lord shall choose in one of thy tribes, there thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, and there thou shalt do all that I command thee. Notwithstanding, thou mayest kill and eat flesh in all thy gates, whatsoever thy soul lusted after, according to the blessing of the Lord thy God, which he had given thee. The unclean and the clean may eat thereof, as of the rebuck
The
and
Roebuck.
as roebuck, and as of the heart.
So listen to the instructions. It says, notwithstanding, thou mayest kill and eat flesh and all thy getting, meaning in your home, within your home, you can kill and eat whatever whatever you want to eat, whatever your soul lusts after. I mean, as long as it's lawful. Leviticus 11. All right, he's telling us the unclean and the clean may eat thereof, meaning the unclean person and the clean person may eat thereof, as of the roebuck and as of the heart. Okay, verse 16. Then he says, go ahead.
Only ye shall not eat the blood, ye shall pour it upon the earth as water.
All right, so he just told us that we can eat whatever we want within our dwellings, except he's going to make an exception. There's certain things he's about to tell us that we cannot cook within our homes. What are they? Let's read verse 17 and 18.
Thou mayest not eat within thy gates the tithe of thy corn, of thy wine, or of thy oil, or the firstling of thy herds or of thy flocks, nor any of thy vows which thou vowest, nor thy free will offerings or heap offerings of thy hand. But thou must eat them before the Lord thy God in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, thou and thy
So
sons and
he
thy
told
daughters.
us specifically that we cannot eat any of those offerings in our home. We can't do it. That we have to eat them where? In the place where he was going to choose. Wherever the tabernacle, because the tabernacle was reared up in the land when we got there for a long time, before Solomon came along and had the temple built. All right. So the tabernacle, we're going to show you the tabernacle was there. And they were going to the tabernacle and, on these feast days and eating their feasts. Okay. But even though he just told us that we can't eat them, in a few seconds, you're going to read that he makes an exception for it. That even he's telling us we can't eat those vows, those offerings, none of that within our habitations, meaning within your gates, meaning within our homes. We can't do it. But in a couple of verses, he's going to give us a reason why we can, why he's going to give us an exception to those instructions. All right, go ahead and read.
Verse 18. But thou must eat them before the Lord thy God in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, thou and thy son and thy daughter and thy manservant and thy maidservant and the Levites that is within thy gates, and thou shalt rejoice before the Lord thy God in all that thou puttest thy hands unto. Take heed to thyself that thou forsakest not the Levite as long as thou livest upon the earth. When the Lord thy God shall enlarge thy borders as he had promised thee, and thou shalt say, I will eat flesh, because thy soul longeth to eat flesh. Thou mayest eat flesh whatsoever thy soul lusted after. If the place which the Lord thy God had chosen to put his name there be too far from thee, then thou shalt kill of thy herd and of thy flock which the Lord had given thee, as I have commanded thee, and thou shalt eat in thy gate whatsoever thy soul lusted after.
Okay, so let's look at what these instructions are. He's telling us now, okay, you can't eat none of these offerings, your tithes, none of that stuff in your dwellings. You have to come to the place where I tell you. But here's the exception. I'm going to enlarge your borders as I promised. You're gonna be spread out, and it's gonna come to a point where it's too far for you to come to the tabernacle or to come to the temple in order to bring your offerings. And if that's the case, then you can go ahead and kill your animal on your own property yourself and cook that animal up and eat it right there in your own gates, in your own property, in your own home. Whatever it is your soul lusteth after. Does it make sense? It should be clear as day. He gave us clear cut instructions on what to do when it came to our burnt offerings while we were in the wilderness, when the tabernacle was reared up, and now that we're going into the land. That here's now the instructions that I'm giving you. All right, let's go ahead and read on.
Even as the roebuck and the hearth is eaten, so thou shalt eat them. Then the unclean and the clean shall eat of them alike.
Meaning the unclean person and the clean person shall eat of them alike. Go ahead.
Only be sure that thou eat not the blood, for the blood is the life, and thou mayest not eat the life with the flesh. Thou shalt not eat it. Thou shalt pour it upon the earth as water. Thou shalt not eat it, that it may go well with thee and with thy children after thee, when thou shalt do that which is right in the sight of the Lord. Only thy holy thing which thou hast and thy vows that shalt take, and go unto the place which the Lord shall choose. And thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, the flesh and the blood, upon the altar of the Lord thy God. And the blood of the sacrifice shall be poured out upon the altar of the Lord thy God, and thou shalt eat the flesh. Observe and hear all these words which I command thee that it may go well with thee and with thy children after thee forever, when thou doest that which is good and right in the sight of the Lord thy God. When the
And
Lord
doing
thy
the thing that's good and right is following his instructions exactly. And he just told us, verse 26 again, only thy holy things which thou hast and thy vows thou shalt take and go into the place which the Lord shall choose, and thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, the flesh and the blood upon the altar of the Lord thy God, and the blood of thy sacrifices shall be poured out upon the altar of the Lord thy God, and thou shalt eat the flesh. Should be crystal clear by now what was going on with these burnt offerings. We weren't just sacrificing animals just to sacrifice them and throw all this meat and carcasses out and waste it. There was something that was done. Part of the sacrifice was us eating the food, eating the sacrifice. But we didn't eat the blood. And we're going to go over there. We're going to show you the reason why we didn't eat the blood. It just said it a little bit, but we're going to bring a precept out that explains it much clearer. He had a place that was that he was going to choose when we got into the land where we were going to bring our burnt offerings and free will offerings and all the offerings that are mentioned in the book of Leviticus. And those offerings were offered because we ate them. On the Sabbath day, we offered and we ate them. On the high holy days, we offered and we ate them. On regular old weekdays, they were doing burnt offerings and sacrifices all throughout the week. And who ate them? The Levitical priests also ate of the burnt offerings because most of it was for them. That's why you got to go and read and read and read to get understanding. All right. So, real quick, we just read, he said he was going to choose a place. So, now what place did the Lord choose? All right. Let's go to the book of First Kings, chapter 11, and verse 13.
the book of First Kings, chapter 11, and verse 13. And it says, howbeit, I will not rend away all the kingdom, but will give one tribe to thy sons for David my servant's sake, and for Jerusalem's sake, which I have chosen.
All right. He chose Jerusalem, but we're going to find that Jerusalem is not where these things were being done. He chose Jerusalem, but that's where the temple was erected. But until the temple was erected, the tabernacle was not in Jerusalem. We're going to show you. The tabernacle was reared up somewhere else. And that's where they were taking their burnt offerings and things like that for years, for a long time in Israel. All right. So he chose Jerusalem. And just to recap what we were just reading earlier. So the Lord chose Jerusalem as the place for Israel to bring their offerings. Deuteronomy 12 and 5 through 6. Israel was told not to do our offerings in just any place. We got to remember, further, he said that we could eat in all of our gates, which sometimes means our dwellings or our houses. Okay, as in Deuteronomy 12 and 15. In verse 17, Israel was told that we couldn't eat the tithe of the corn or of the wine or of the oil or the firstlings of the herds of the flocks, nor any of our vows which we vowed, nor our free will offerings or heave offerings of our hands. All right. In verse 18, we were told we had to eat those in the place that was chosen. All right. In verses 19 through 21, we were told that our borders were promised to be enlarged and that that time we can eat whatever it was we longed for within our dwelling places, within our gates. He was going to enlarge our borders, and when that happened, we would be too far from the place. It would be too far for us to go, and at that point in time, we would be able to kill and eat whatever it was that we wanted, in regards to that. Okay, just like right now, we're not in the land; we're in captivity, way over here in America. We can't, what are we going to do? Go to Jerusalem every Sabbath day and give our offering on the Sabbath day? No, that's not what we're doing. All right. We're not in the land, we're far away from our border. Okay. um okay, well, hopefully that it's becoming quite clear that some of these instructions that were given, about the Sabbath and the high holy days and things like that, were given because Israel was not yet in the land, and that instructions changed for when we would get into the land. All right. There were certain instructions that were given for before we went in, and instructions given for after we went into the land. Um, let me see. Oh, yeah. And one of the things we have to understand too is that about the tabernacle is that the tabernacle, was reared up just before the first Passover that they had after they left Egypt. All right, that's the other thing we want to show you about the Passover and things like that. Let's go to Numbers chapter 9, and you're going to read verses 1 through 5.
The book of Numbers, chapter 9 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the first month of the second year after they were come out of the land of Egypt, saying, let the children of Israel also keep the Passover at his appointed season. In the 14th day of this month at evening ye shall keep it in his appointed seasons, according to all the rites of it and according to all the ceremonies thereof shall ye keep it. And Moses spake unto the children of Israel that they should keep the Passover. And they kept the Passover on the 14th day of the first month at evening in the wilderness of Sinai, according to all that the Lord commanded Moses, so did the children of Israel.
All right, so this is the second Passover that we're keeping. The first time we're keeping it after we came out of Egypt. It's 1 year later. That's what in the first month of the second year means, 1 year later, which would be what, the 14th day at even, or the 15th day of the first month going into the second year. All right, that first month going into the second year, on the 14th day, they kept the Passover. So, what we want you to understand is that the tabernacle was erected just in time for them to have that Passover. Okay, that's what we're going to show. Let's go to Exodus 40 and 1 through 18. So you have to understand all of this in order to understand what was going on with burnt offerings and all of that, and on the high holy days.
The book of Exodus, chapter 40 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, on the first day of the first month shalt thou set up the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation.
On
And
the
thou shalt
first day of the first month, this is the year after they came out of Egypt. 1 year later, the tabernacle was erected on the first day of the first month. 14 days later, 14th day at even, they had the Passover. All right. So they got the tent erected just in time for the first Passover out of Egypt. All right, go ahead.
And thou shalt put therein the ark of the testimony, and cover the ark with a veil. And thou shalt bring in the table and set in order the things that are to be set in order upon it. And thou shalt bring in the candlestick and light the lamps thereof. And thou shalt set the altar of gold for the incense before the ark of the testimony, and put the hanging of the door to the tabernacle. And thou shalt set the altar of the burnt offering before the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation. And thou shalt set the laver between the tent of the congregation and the altar, and shall put water therein. And thou shalt set up the court round about, and hang up the hanging at the court gate. And thou shalt take the anointing oil and anoint the tabernacle and all that is therein, and shall hallow it, and all the vessels thereof, and it shall be holy. And thou shalt anoint the altar of the burnt offering and all his vessels, and sanctify the altar, and it shall be an altar most holy. And thou shalt anoint the lever and his foot, and sanctify it. And thou shalt bring Aaron and his sons unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and wash them with water. And thou shalt put upon Aaron the holy garments, and anoint him, and sanctify him, that he may minister unto me in the priest office. And thou shalt bring his sons, and clothe them with coats. And thou shalt anoint them as thou didst anoint their fathers, that they may minister unto me in the priest office. For their anointing shall surely be an everlasting priesthood throughout their generations. Thus did this Moses according to all that the Lord commanded him. So did he. And it came to pass in the first month, in the second year of the first day of the month, that the tabernacle was reared up. And Moses reared up the tabernacle, and fasted his sockets, and set up the boards thereof, and put in the bars thereof, and reared up his pillars.
All right. So the first month in the second year would mean 1 year after they left Egypt on the first day of the month, which means 14 days afterwards. Like we said, they had the Passover. The tabernacle was erected just in time for them to have that Passover. Okay. Let's go to Leviticus 17. We're going to read verses 1 through 9.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 17, and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron, and unto his sons, and unto all the children of Israel, and say unto them, This is the thing which the Lord had commanded, saying, What man soever there be of the house of Israel that can killeth an ox, or lamb, or goat in the camp, or they killeth it out of the camp, and bringeth it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, to offer an offering unto the Lord before the tabernacle of the Lord. Blood shall be imputed unto that man. He had shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people, to the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices which they offer in the open field, even that they may bring them unto the Lord, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priest, and offer them for peace offering unto the Lord. And the priest shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and burn the fat for a sweet savor unto the Lord. And they shall no more offer their sacrifice unto devils, after whom they have gone and whoring. This shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. And thou shalt say unto them, Whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers which sojourn among you, that offereth a burnt offering or sacrifice, and bringeth it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, to offer it unto the Lord, even that man shall be cut off from among his people.
All right. So why was this instruction given to Israel? Because now they had the tabernacle erected. They now had a place to bring their burnt offerings, and the instructions have changed. If you have an offering, you better show up to the tabernacle, show up to the priest, and he's going to um, basically cook that offering on the altar right out, which is outside the tabernacle door. All right, they had a place to bring their offerings now. So again, you can see the instructions are changing based upon whatever the situation. Now they've got a tabernacle. Before they didn't have a tabernacle, so there were certain instructions that were given. But now that they've got the tabernacle, you got to show up to the tabernacle with your offerings. All right. Um, let's get some little bit of knowledge about the laws about the altars, because I just mentioned altars. Let's go to Exodus 20, and you're going to read verses 24 through 26.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20, and verse 24. But I have said unto you, ye shall inherit their land, and I will give it unto you to possess it, a land that
uh,
floweth with.
Exodus 20 and 24.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still in Leviticus. All right. Uh, the book of Exodus, chapter 20, and verse 24. And it says, I for no, no. Here we go. The book of Exodus, chapter 20, and verse 24. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thy oxen, and in all places wherein I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hew stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto my altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon.
All right, so you can see when it came to the building of the altars, he gave clear instructions. Go to Exodus 27 and verses 1 through 8.
The book of Exodus, chapter 27, and verse 1. And thou shalt make an altar of shittim wood, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits broad. The altar shall be foursquare, and the height thereof shall be 3 cubits. And thou shalt make the horns of it upon the four corners thereof. His horn shall be of the same, and thou shalt overlay it with brass. And thou shalt make his pans to receive his ashes, and his shovels, and his basins, and his flesh hooks, and his fireplace. All the vessels thereof thou shalt make of brass. And thou shalt make for it a great of network of brass, and upon the net shalt thou make four brassen rings in the four corners thereof. And thou shalt put it under the compass of the altar beneath, that the net may be even to the midst of the altar. And thou shalt make uh, staves for the altar, staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with brass. And the stave shall be put into the rings, and the stave shall be upon the two sides of the altar to bear it. Hollow with boards shalt thou make it, as it was shew showed thee in the mount, so shall they make it.
All right, so when you go to Exodus 38 and 1 through 7, it shows you the altar now, was actually made exactly in the steps that was told in Exodus 27 and 1 through 8. All right, so now we're going to continue on. Let's get into the Day of Atonement. Okay. Again, we're heading into answering the question, can we cook on the Day of Atonement? We already told you the answer is yes, we can do it. All right. Without a doubt. But again, there's going to be people that are going to scoff. There's going to be people without doing any reading or research. Oh, they don't know what they're talking about. Again, watch the whole class and go through all the precepts. All right. Let's go to Leviticus 23 and gonna read verses 1 and 2.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 23. Here we go. Where? Chapter 23 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, concerning the feast of the Lord, which ye shall proclaim to be a holy convocation, even these are my feet.
All right. So he says, Speak unto the children of Israel and say unto them concerning the feast of the Lord, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocation. Even these are my feasts. All right. So, number one, let's find out what the word feast actually means. What is a feast? A feast, now, a large meal, typically one in celebration of something, banquet, treat, entertainment, jollification, revels, a plentiful supply of something enjoyable, especially for the mind or senses, eat and drink sumptuously. All right. Eat, devour, consume, banquet, binge, eat. So a feast, a large meal, typically one in the celebration of something. And the Lord is just telling us in Leviticus 23, these are my feasts. And one of those feasts is what? Let's go to Leviticus 23. Stay in 23. I'm going to read verses 26 through 32. This in regards to the Day of Atonement.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 23, and verse 26. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Also on the 10th day of this 7th month, there shall be a day of atonement. It shall be an holy convocation unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls and offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. And ye shall do no work in that same day, for it is a day of atonement, to make an atonement for you before the Lord your God. For whatsoever soul it be that shall not be afflicted in that same day, he shall be cut off from among his people. And whatsoever soul it be that doeth any work in that same day, the same soul will I destroy from among his people. He shall do no manner of work. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest, and ye shall afflict your souls in the 9th day of the month. At evening, from evening unto evening, shall ye celebrate your Sabbath.
All right. So some people, so you see in verse 31, it says, Ye shall do no manner of work. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations and all your dwellings. So the question is cooking looked at as work? Is that looked at as work? Or is that something that's needful in order for us to observe these high holy days? Okay. Again, the Levitical priests were doing what on those days? They were doing burnt offerings. We already showed you that the burnt offering, meat offering, um, all this, they all mean the same thing, mean cooking. They were cooking, kindling a fire. They all mean the same thing. They were cooking. All right. Let's go to Leviticus 16. You're going to read verses 1 through 34.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 16, and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses after the death of the two sons of Aaron, when they offered before the Lord and died. And the Lord said unto Moses, Speak unto Aaron thy brother, that he come not at all times into the holy place within the veil before the mercy seat, which is upon the ark, that he die not. For I will appear in the cloud upon the mercy seat. Thus shall Aaron come into the holy place, which a young bull, with a young bullock for a sin offering and a ram for a burnt offering. He shall put on the holy linen coat, and he shall have the linen breeches upon his flesh, and shall be girded with a linen girdle, and with the linen mitre shall he be attired. These are holy garments, therefore shall he wash his flesh in water, and so put them on. And he shall take of the congregation of the children of Israel 2 kids of the goats for a sin offering, and 1 ram for a burnt offering. And Aaron shall offer his bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself, and make an atonement for himself and for his house.
So he's making an atonement for himself and for his house. All right, read on.
And he shall take the 2 goats and present them before the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
At
And
the
Aaron
door of
shall,
the tabernacle of the congregation. Why is that? Because that's where the altar was located in order to do the burnt offerings. Go ahead.
and Aaron shall cast lots upon the 2 goats, 1 lot for the Lord, and the other lot for the scapegoat. And Aaron shall bring the goat upon which the Lord lot fell, and offer him for a sin offering. But the goat on which the lot fell to be the scapegoat shall be presented alive before the Lord to make an atonement with him, and to let him go for a scapegoat into the wilderness. And Aaron shall bring the bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself, and shall make an atonement for himself and for his house, and shall kill the bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself.
So he had to make an atonement for himself and for all his household. All right, go ahead.
And he shall take a censer full of burning coals of fire from off the altar before the Lord, and his hands full of sweet incense beaten small, and bring it within the veil. And he shall put the incense upon the fire before the Lord, that the cloud of the incense may cover the mercy seat that is upon the testimony, that he die not. And he shall take of the blood of the bullock, and sprinkle it with his fingers upon the mercy seat eastward. And before the mercy seat shall he sprinkle of the blood with his finger 7 times. Then shall he kill the goat of the sin offering that is for the people, and bring his blood within the veil, and do with the blood as he did with the blood of the bullock, and sprinkle it upon the mercy seat and before the mercy seat.
As it says, and shall he kill the goat of the sin offering that is for the people. So he had to make an atonement for himself and his own household. Then he had to make an atonement for the people. Go ahead.
And he shall make an atonement for the holy place because of the uncleanness of the children of Israel, be and because of their transgressions and all their sins. And so shall he do for the tabernacles of the congregation that remaineth among them in the midst of their uncleanness. And there shall be no man in the tabernacle of the congregation when he goeth into make an atonement in the holy place, until he come out and have made an atonement for himself and for his households and for all the congregations of Israel. And
So he
he
had to
shall
make
go
atonement for himself, for his household, and for all the congregation of Israel. This is all being done on the Day of Atonement. Go ahead.
and he shall go out unto the altar that is before the Lord, and make an atonement for it, and shall take of the blood of the bullock and of the blood of the goat, and put it upon the horns of the altar round about. And he shall sprinkle of the blood upon it with his finger 7 times, and cleanse it, and hallow it from the uncleanness of the children of Israel.
So even the altar had to have an atonement made for it. Keep reading.
And when he had made an end of reconciling the holy place and the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar, he shall bring the live goat. And Aaron shall lay both his hands upon the head of the live goat and confess over him all the iniquities of the children of Israel and all their transgressions and all their sins, putting them upon the head of the goat, and shall send him away by the hand of a fit man into the wilderness. And the goat shall bear upon him all their iniquities unto a land not inhabited, and he shall let go the goat in the wilderness. And Aaron shall come into the tabernacles on the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall put off the linen garment which he put on when he went into the holy place, and shall leave them there. And he shall wash his flesh with water in the holy place, and put on his garment, and come forth and offer his burnt offering and the burnt offering of the people, and make an atonement for himself and for the people. And the fat of the sin offering shall he burn upon the altar. And he that let go the goat of the scapegoat shall wash his clothes and bathe his flesh in water, and afterward come into the camp. And the bullock for the sin offering and the goat for the sin offering, whose blood was brought into to make an atonement in the holy place, shall one carry forth without the camp, and they shall burn in the fire their skins and their flesh and their dungs. And he that burneth them shall wash his clothes and bathe his flesh in water, and afterward he shall come into the camp. And this shall be a statute forever unto you, that in the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, ye shall afflict your souls and do no work at all, whether it be one of your own country or a stranger that sojourneth among you. For on that day shall the priest make an atonement for you to cleanse you, that ye may be clean from all your sins before the Lord. It shall be a Sabbath of rest unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls by a statute forever. um, and the priest whom he shall anoint and whom he shall consecrate to minister in the priest office in his father's stead shall make the atonement, and shall put on the linen clothes, even the holy garments. And he shall make an atonement for the holy sanctuary, and he shall make an atonement for the tabernacles of the congregation and for the altar, and he shall make an atonement for the priest and for all the people of the congregation. And this shall be an everlasting statute unto you, to make an atonement for the children of Israel for all their sins once a year. And he did as the Lord commanded Moses.
All right. So as we can see, this is the Day of Atonement, but yet you've got the Levitical priests sitting here. You do you think Aaron was not also fasting along with the children of Israel on this day, afflicting his soul? But yet he had to stand up there in front of the altar and burn these burnt offerings and smell that food cooking, which means he had to have a lot of discipline to not eat that food. He had to burn those burnt offerings and make it through that day of afflicting his soul and not eating and fasting, while at the same time cooking. All right, because that's what they were doing. So now, why is blood used to make the atonement? All right, let's go to Leviticus 17 and 10 through 11. Why is blood used?
The book of Leviticus, chapter 17, and verse 10. And whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel or of the strangers that sojourn among you that eateth any manner of blood, I will even set my face against that soul that catteth blood, and will
that
cut him
eateth
off.
blood.
Okay, my E looked like a C. That's why. The print made it look like a C. Verse 10
Mhm.
again. And whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourned among you, that eateth any manner of blood, I will even set my face against that soul that eateth blood, and will cut him off from among his people. For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you upon the altar to make an atonement for your souls. For it is the blood that maketh an atonement for the soul.
It is the blood that maketh an atonement for the soul. That's why it's the blood that is done what? Poured out on the altars and all of that. All right. So you got to understand that. Let's go to Leviticus 23. Yeah, you're going to read verses 26 through 32.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 23, and verse 26. Um, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, also on the 10th day of this 7th month, there shall be a day of atonement. It shall be an holy convocation unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls and offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. And ye shall do no work in that same day, for it is a day of atonement, to make an atonement for you before the Lord your God. For whatsoever soul it be that shall not be afflicted in that same day, he shall be cut off from among his people. And whatsoever soul it be that doeth any work in that same day, the same soul will I destroy from among his people. He shall do no manner of work. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest, and ye shall afflict your souls in the 9th day of the month at evening. From evening unto evening shall ye celebrate your Sabbath.
So again, people are going to, you see, verse 31, you shall do no manner of work. All right. We just read all throughout Leviticus 16 the burnt offerings that needed to be done on the Day of Atonement. All right. What were the priests doing on this day? And every day for that matter, they were cooking. All right. Again, we've already shown you precepts that burnt offerings, meat offerings, sacrifice, cooking, it all means the same thing. Kindling a fire, it all means the same thing. They were cooking. Let's go to Numbers 29 and read verses 7 through 11.
The book of Numbers, chapter 29, and verse 7. And you shall have on the 10th day of this 7th month an holy convocation, and ye shall afflict your souls. Ye shall not do any work therein, but ye shall offer a burnt offering unto the Lord for a sweet Savior, one young bullock, one ram, and 7 lambs of the first year. They shall be unto you without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals to a bullock, and 2/10 deals to one ram. A, se- a a several tenth deal for one lamb throughout the 7 lambs, one kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the sin offering of an atonement, and the continual burnt offering, and the meat offering of it, and their drink offerings.
All right. So Numbers 29 and 1 through 2 says, on the 10th day of the 7th month, we should gather together. We shall afflict our souls. Says we shall do no work. All right. Um, not 1 and 2, 7 and 8. Not 1 and 2. Number 7, 29 and 7 through 8. So it says, and you shall have on the 10th day of the 7th month and holy convocation, you shall afflict your souls. You shall not do any work therein. This is where you got to pay attention to what you're reading, because the next sentence it says, but Ye shall offer a burnt offering unto the Lord for a sweet savor. Let's read it again. And you shall have on the 10th day of this 7th month an holy convocation, and ye shall afflict your souls. Ye shall not do any work therein, because some people that teach this, no, you can't cook on the Day of Atonement. That's what they look at. It says you can't do no manner of work. It says you shall not do any work therein, but ye shall offer a burnt offering unto the Lord for a sweet savor. So is that saying that cooking is work? Because people that are saying you can't do it are saying, you see, that's work. You got works that's works for the Lord, and you got works that's works for the world. We're being commanded that we've got to do a burnt offering. And what did we read earlier about the burnt offerings? You remember, Ezra? What did we read when he was given the instructions about when we go into the land? The place he's gonna have a place where we're gonna bring our burnt offerings, and only there are we to bring our burnt offerings. But he told us, he gave us the instructions. But if the way is too far for you, if that place is too far, you can go ahead and kill whatever you need to kill, whatever animal you need to kill in your home and eat it in your gates, within your gate. We read it already. Within your gates. All right. Not making this stuff up. That's why you got to read and put everything together, precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. That's why we're reading it all. We're not skipping over, the pertinent stuff at all. Some of it, you got to read the whole chapter. You've seen we've been doing that. So that's what we're going to do in a second. But you shall offer a burnt offering unto the Lord for a sweet savor. All right. So we're going to continue to show you through the scriptures that burnt offerings is cooking. And on these high holy days, especially after they went into the land, that is exactly what was going on when they were going up on the Sabbath day, on the high holy days. They were going to the tabernacle, when they were making the atonements for the people and doing the offerings. The people were sitting down to eat them. And if you don't believe it, you best believe the word. Let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 9, and you're going to read verses 1 through 27. Don't believe us, believe what's written. Listen closely to what's read here. 1 Samuel 9 and 1 through 27.
The book of First Samuel, chapter 9 and verse 1. Now there was a man of Benjamin whose name was Kish, the son of Abiel, the son of Zeror, the son of Bechorath, the son of Phia, a Benjamite, a mighty man of power. And he had a son whose name was Saul, a choice young man and a godly, a
Goodly.
goodly, yeah, a goodly, and there was not among the children of Israel a goodlier person than he. From his shoulders and upward, he was higher than any of the people. And the ashes of Kish, Saul's father, were lost. And Kish said to Saul his son, take now one of the servants with thee, and arise, go seek the ashes. And he passed through Mount Ephraim and passed through the land of Shalisha, but they found them not. Then they passed through the land of Shalim, and there they were not. And he passed through the land of the Benjamites, but they found them not. And when they were come to the land of Zoph, Saul said to his servant that was with him, come and let us return, lest my father leave carrying for the ashes, and take thou for us. And he said unto him, behold, now there is in his city a man of God, and he is an honorable man. All that he saith cometh surely to pass. Now let us go thither. Peradventure he can show us our way that we should go.
Peradventure means perhaps. Perhaps he can show us our way that we should go. Go ahead and read on.
Then said Saul to his servant, But behold, if we go, what shall we bring the man? For the bread is spent in our vessels, and there is not a present to bring to the man of God. What have we? And the servant answered Saul again and said, Behold, I have here at hand the fourth part of a shekel of silver. That will I give to the man of God to tell us our way. Before time in Israel, when a man went to inquire of God, thus he spake, Come and let us go to the seer. For he that is now called a prophet was before time called a seer.
So before in the scriptures, before they were called prophets, the men of God were called seers. Let's read on. Go ahead.
Then said Saul to his servant, Well said, come, let us go. So they went unto the city where the man of God was. And as they went up the hill to the city, they found young maidens going out to draw water, and said unto them, Is the seer here?
So they're looking for the seer. Go ahead.
And they answered them and said, He is. Behold, he is before you. Make haste now, for he came today to the city, for there is a sacrifice of the people today in the high place.
Let's read that again. It says, For there is a sacrifice of the people today in the high place. A sacrifice of the people today in the high place. So it's going to be Samuel, the seer, which is Samuel, came to the city on that day because there was to be a sacrifice for the people in the high place. We're going to get to what a high place is and all that after we're done reading this so you can understand. But keep that in mind. What's going on is a sacrifice for the people in the high place on that day. All right, go ahead and read on. Verse 13.
As soon as ye be come into the city, ye shall straightway find him, before he go up to the high place to eat.
To do
For the
what?
Before he goes to the high place to eat.
So I thought they were just going up there to sacrifice. So they're going up there to do what?
Eat. To eat.
To eat. To eat. Go ahead.
For the people will not eat until he come, because he doth bless the sacrifice, and afterward they eat that be bidden. Now
So what
therefore,
is this telling us? Are we making it up? What is this telling us? That the sacrifices were to be eaten. You can't make it up. It's crystal clear in the scriptures when you actually go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. Let's go ahead and read on. Go ahead.
now therefore get you up, for about this time ye shall find him. And they went up into the city, and when they were come into the city, behold, Samuel came out against them for to go up to the high place. Now the Lord had told Samuel in his ear a day before. Saul came, saying, Tomorrow about this time I will send thee a man out of the land of Benjamin, and thou shalt anoint him to be a captain over my people Israel, that he may save my people out of the hand of the Philistines. For I have looked upon my people, because their cry is come unto me. And when Saul saw, and when Samuel saw Saul, the Lord said unto him, Behold, the man whom I spake to thee of. This same shall reign over my people. Then Saul drew near to Samuel in the gate and said, Tell me, I pray thee, where the seer's house is. And Samuel answered Saul and said, I am the seer. Go up
So
before
what did he
me.
say? He's like, Samuel, hold on. Samuel's like, I'm the seer. I'm the man you're
Mhm.
looking for. It's me. So he's looking for the seer. He sees this man. He's like, "Hey, can you tell me where the seer's house is at?" And Samuel's like, "Oh, I'm him. You're looking for me. All right, let's read on. Let's see what happens. Go ahead, read on."
It says, "Go up before me unto the high place, where ye shall eat with me today,
Wait, read that
and
again.
go up before me unto the high place, where ye shall eat with me today."
For ye shall eat with me today. Again, what's going on in the high place? A sacrifice for the people. All right, so it's obviously a high holy day that's going on, and they're going up to the high place for the sacrifice to eat. Go ahead and read on.
Um, it
And
says, "Go."
tomorrow,
Yeah, "Go up before me unto the high place, for ye shall eat with me today, and tomorrow I will let thee go, and will tell thee all that is in thy heart. And as for thine asses that were lost 3 days ago, set not thy mind on them, for they are found. And on whom is all the desires of Israel? Is it not on thee and all thy father's house?" And Saul answered and said, "Am not I Benjamin, of the smallest of the tribes of Israel, and my family the least of all the families of the tribes of Benjamin? Wherefore then speakest thou so to me?" And Samuel took Saul and his servant and brought them into the parlor and made them sit in the chiefest place among them that were bidden, which were about 30 persons. And Samuel said unto the cook, "Bring
wait,
the
wait, 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 wait. No, you can't skip it. This is important. Samuel said to the what?
to the cook,
To the what?
to the cook,
To the who?
to the cook."
So what? Who would have been the cook? Would that not have been the Levitical priest up there to do the burnt sacrifice for the people? What is he being called?
Cook.
The cook
Mhm.
and the cook. Read up, read on.
And Samuel said unto the cook, "Bring the portion which I gave thee, of which I said unto thee, set it by thee." And
He
the
gave him a portion of meat that he said, you know what, hold this for him because this is what we're gonna be using because he knew that he was gonna have a special guest. Go ahead.
and the cook took up the shoulder and that which was upon it, and set it before Saul. And Samuel said, "Behold, that which is left, set it before thee, and eat. For unto this time had it been kept for thee, since I said, I have invited the people." So Saul did eat with Samuel that day.
So Saul did eat with Samuel that day. Go ahead.
And when they were come down from the high place into the city, Samuel communed with Saul upon the top of the house. And they arose early, and it came to pass about this spring of the day that Samuel called Saul to the top of the house, saying, "Up, that I may send thee away." And Saul arose, and they went out both of them, and he and Samuel abroad. And as they were going down to the end of the city, Samuel said to Saul, "Bid the servant pass on before us." And he passed on. "But stand thou still a while, that I may show thee the word of God."
That I may show thee the word of God. All right. So, what is this high place where the people were going? Where there was a sacrifice for the people. This place where they were going to eat. This place that had a cook. Where was it that they were going? All right. Let's go to First Kings chapter 3 and verse 1 through 4. You can't make it up. That's why, again, you've got to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. All this time while we've been trying to tell you that the Levitical priests were, they weren't just burning these offerings just to burn them. They were burning them for a reason. Number one, to make the atonement with the blood. And number two, the fat on some of the burnt offerings was required, but the good meat was being cooked so that they could eat. All right. Go ahead. Actually, yeah, First Kings chapter 3 and verses 1 through 4.
The book of First Kings, chapter 3 and verse 1. And Solomon made affinity with Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and took Pharaoh's daughter and brought her into the city of David until he had made an end of building his own house and the house of the Lord and the wall of the Jerusalem round about. Only the people sacrificed in high places because there was no house built unto the name of the Lord until those days.
So
And so,
before Saul actually had the temple built, there was no temple, there was no house built. So the people sacrificed where in high places that we just read in Samuel, that they went up to the high place because there was a sacrifice for the people. Read on.
and Solomon loved the Lord, walking in the statutes of David his father. Only he sacrificed and burned incense in high places. And the king went to Gibeon to sacrifice there, for that was the great high place. 1,000 burnt offerings did Solomon offer upon that altar.
So that high place that we were reading about in Samuel is that great high place that Solomon just went to, which was in Gibeon. We're going to show you that the tabernacle that Moses had created, the Lord had Moses to make in the wilderness, was located in the town of Gibeon, and it was there all the way until the time that Solomon had the temple built. So when the feast days came along, the Sabbath day came along, that's where they were going in order to do their sacrifices. All right. Let's go to so that great high place as it was called, and the king went to Gibeon to sacrifice there, for that was the great high place. All right. So that's the same place that we just read about in Samuel, that Samuel had Saul meet him so that they can eat of the sacrifice. Let's go to First Kings chapter 11. You're going to read verses 1 through 8.
The book of First Kings, chapter 11 and verse 1. But King Solomon loved many strange women, together with the daughter of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, and Hittites, of the nations concerning which the Lord said unto the children of Israel, Ye shall not go into them, neither shall they come in unto you, for surely they will turn away your heart after their God. Solomon clave unto these in love. And he had 700 wives, princes, and 300 concubines, and his wives turned away his heart. For it came to pass, when Solomon was old, that his wives turned away his heart after other gods, and his heart was not perfect with the Lord his God, as was the heart of David his father. For Solomon went after Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Zidonians, and after Milcom, the abomination of the Amorites. And Solomon did evil in the sight of the Lord and went not fully after the Lord as did David his father. Then did Solomon build in a high place for Shemash, the abomination of Moab, in the hill that is before Jerusalem, and for Molech, the abomination of the children of Ammon. And likewise did he for all his strange wives which burn incense and sacrifice unto their gods.
So, number one, we can see Solomon went off. He started building these high places for his wives and their gods, and started to allow them, and he was in on it too, sacrificing unto their gods. In other words, like we mentioned earlier, they were eating foods sacrificed to idols. So what we're gonna get to it in a second in the New Testament. what we're reading about in the New Testament about, again, the uh, Gentiles, which were the Israelites, which had what? They had conformed to Gentile customs. They were eating of the, they were partaking in the temples and everything with these other religions, these other deities, eating of their sacrifices. In other words, eating food sacrificed to idols, because we were not the only ones that had temples to our God. We were not the only ones that gave burnt sacrifices or cooked sacrifices for our God and ate of those sacrifices. We were not the only ones. All the other nations did it too. All right. Um, let's go to First Kings chapter 12. You're going to read verses 28 through 33.
The book of First Kings, chapter 12, and verse 28. Whereupon the king took counsel and made two calves of gold and said unto them, it is too much for you to go up to Jerusalem. Behold, thy gods of Israel, which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. And he set the one in Bethel, and the other put he in Dan. And this thing became a sin, for the people went to worship before the one, even unto Dan. And he made an house of high places, and made priests of the lowest of the people, which were not of the sons of Levi. And Jeroboam ordained a feast in the 8th month, on the 15th day of the month, like unto the feast that is in Judah, and he offered upon the altar. So did he in Bethel, sacrificing unto the calves that he had made. And he placed in Bethel the priest of the high places which he had made. So he offered upon the altar which he had made in Bethel the 15th day of the 8th month, even in the month which he had devised of his own heart, and ordained a feast unto the children of Israel, and he offered upon the altar and burnt incense.
So they had been following this custom uh, all the way up until the New Testament. They were still following this custom where they were still sacrificing to these two golden calves. All right. And not only that, through captivity, they were getting involved with all these other uh, deities and sacrifices and eating of sacrifices, or, you know, that were offerings, that sacrifices that were offered to idols. Okay. Um, let's go to Second Kings 23 and verse 15. All right. So what we just read about was Jeroboam. When the split happened, he created those two golden calves. He created his own day, trying to copy off the Day of Tabernacles, but instead of the 7th month, he made it the 8th month, and so on, and caused the children of Israel to sin, the northern kingdom.
The book of Second Kings, chapter 23, and verse 15. Moreover, the altar that was at Bethel, and the high place which Jeroboam the son of Nevat, who made Israel to sin, had made, both that altar and the high place, he brake down and burned the high place, and stamped it small to powder, and burned the grove.
So it was King Josiah that did this. When King Josiah came into power, he got the office of the kingship. He went into to Bethel, where the altar that was that Jeroboam had made, and he destroyed it. All right, he destroyed the altar and the high place. He broke it down. Let's go to Second Kings 22 and read verses 3 through 20.
The book of Second Kings, chapter 22, and verse 3. And it says, and it came to pass in the 8th year of King Josiah, that the king sent Shaphan, the son of Azaliah, the son of Meshulam, the scribe, to the house of the Lord, saying, go up to Hilkiah the high priest, that he may thumb the silver which is brought into the house of the Lord, which the keepers of the door have gathered of the people, and let them deliver it into the hand of the doers of the work. They have the oversight of the house of the Lord, and let them give it to the doers of the work which is in the, I read that right, which is in the house of the Lord, to repair the breaches of the house, unto carpenters and builders and masons, and to buy timber and hew stone to repair the house. Albeit there was no reckoning made with them of the money that was delivered into their hands, because they dealt faithfully.
faithfully.
And Hilkiah the high priest said unto Sapphira the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord. And Hilkiah gave the book of Shaphan, and he read it. And Shaphan the scribe came to the king and brought the king word again and said, thy servants have gathered the money that was found in the house, and have delivered it into the hand of them that do the work, that have the oversight of the house of the Lord. And Shaphan the scribe showed the king, saying, Hilkiah the priest had delivered me a book. And Shaphan read it before the king. And it came to pass, when the king had heard the words of the book of the law, that he rent his clothes. And the king commanded Hilkiah the priest and Ahikam the son of Shaphan, and Ak, uh, Akbor the son of Melekiah, and Shaphan the scribe, and Asahiah a servant of the king, saying, Go ye, inquire of the Lord for me, and for the people, and for all Judah, concerning the words of this book that is found. For great is the wrath of the Lord that is kindled against us, because our fathers have not hearkened unto the words of this book, to do according unto all that which is written concerning us. So Hilkiah the priest, and Ahikam, and Akbor, and Shaphan, and Asahiah went unto Huldah the prophet, the wife of Salum, the son of Tikva, the son of
So she was
Har
actually a prophetess.
prophetess of Harhas, keeper of the wardrobe. Now she dwelt in Jerusalem in the Coolidge,
In the
and
college,
they in the college, and they commanded with her. They commune.
they
I'm sorry.
communed with her.
They
Communed.
communed with her. Yes, and they communed with her. And she said unto them, Thus said the Lord God of Israel, tell the man that sent you to me, thus said the Lord, behold, I will bring evil upon this place and upon the inhabitants thereof, even all the words of the book which the king of Judah hath read, because they have forsaken me, and have burnt incense unto other gods, that they might provoke me to anger with all the works of their hands. Therefore my wrath shall be kindled against this people, against this place, and shall not be quenched. But to the king of Judah, which sent you to inquire of the Lord, that shall ye say to him, that said the Lord God of Israel, as touching the words which thou hast heard, because thy heart was tender, and thou hast humbled thyself before the Lord, when thou heardest what I spake against this place, and against the inhabitants thereof, that they should become a desolation and a curse, and hast rent thy clothes and wept before me. I also have heard thee, saith the Lord. Behold, therefore, I will gather thee unto thy fathers, and thou shalt be gathered into thy grave in peace, and thy eyes shall not see all the evil which I will bring upon the place. And they brought the king word again.
So you would tell her, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and just let you die peacefully, instead of having you have to sit here and watch all this evil that I'm going to do to this place. All right. Let's go to First Chronicles 16. You're going to read verses 37 through 40.
The book of First Chronicles, chapter 16 and verse 37. So he left there before the ark of the covenant of the Lord, Aspa and his brethren,
Asaph and his brethren.
uh, Asaph and his brethren, to minister before the ark continually as every day's work required. And Obed, Obediah with their brethren, threescore and eight. Obadiah also the son of Jeduthun and uh, Hosah to be porters, and Zadok the priest and his brethren the priests before the tabernacle of the Lord in the high places that was at Gibeon, to offer burnt offerings unto the Lord upon the altar of the burnt offering, continually, morning and evening, and to do according to all that is written in the law of the Lord, which he commanded Israel.
All right. So again, showing that the high place that they were going to was at Gideon. That's where the tabernacle was located. That's where they were going, and this was all before the temple was made. All right. Let's go to First Chronicles 21. You're going to read verses 28 and 29.
The book of First Chronicles, chapter 21 and verse 28. At that time, when David saw that the Lord had answered him threshing floor, in the threshing floor of Orna the Jebusite, then he sacrificed there. For the tabernacle of the Lord, which Moses made in the wilderness, and the altar of the burnt offerings were at that season in the high place at Gibeon.
We're at that season in the high place at Gibeon, the same place that we read about where Samuel had Saul go and sit with him and eat with him on that feast day for the sacrifice of the people. That same tabernacle was erected and had been there all that time. All right, just go to Second Chronicles chapter 1, and you're going to read verses 3 through 13.
The book of Second Chronicles, chapter 1 and verse 3. So Solomon and all the congregation with him went to the high place that was at Gibeon, where there was a tabernacle of the congregation of God, which Moses, the servant of the Lord, had made in the wilderness.
So
But the
it's the same tabernacle, the exact same one. Go ahead.
but the ark of God had David brought up from
Kirjath,
Kirgajearim,
Kirjathjearim.
yeah, Kirjathjearim, to the place which David had prepared for it, for he had pitched a tent for it at Jerusalem. Moreover, the brazen altar that Bezalel, the son of Uriah, the son of Hur, had made, he put before the tabernacle of the Lord, and Solomon and the congregation sought unto it. And Solomon went up thither to the brazen altar before the Lord, which was at the tabernacle of the congregation, and offered 1,000 burnt offerings upon it. In that night did God appear unto Solomon and said unto him, ask what I shall give thee. And Solomon said unto God, thou hast showed great mercy unto David my father, and hast made me to reign in his stead. Now, O Lord God, let thy promise unto David my father be established, for thou hast made me king over a people like the dust of the earth in multitude. Give me now wisdom and knowledge, that I may go out and come in before this people. For who can judge this thy people that is so great? And God said unto Solomon, because this was in thy heart, and thou hast not asked riches, wealth, or honor, nor the life of thy enemies, neither yet has as long life, but has as wisdom and knowledge for thyself, that thou mayest judge my people over whom I have made thee king. Wisdom and knowledge is given unto thee, and I will give thee riches and wealth and honor, such as none of the kings have had that have been before thee. Neither shall there any after thee have the like. Then Solomon came from his journey to the high place that was at Gibeon to Jerusalem, from before the tabernacle of the congregation, and reigned over Israel.
So you can see, even during the time of Solomon, that tabernacle was still there in Gibeon up until the time Solomon had the temple built. All right. Let's go to the book of Ezekiel, chapter 20. You're going to read verses 1 through 32.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 20, and verse 1. And it came to pass in the seventh year, in the fifth month of the 10th day of the month, that certain of the elders of Israel came to inquire of the Lord and sat before me. Then came the word of the Lord unto me, saying, Son of man, speak unto the elders of Israel, and say unto them, Thus saith the Lord God, Are ye come to inquire of me? As I live, saith the Lord God, I will not be inquired of by you. Wilt thou judge them, son of man? Wilt thou judge them, cause them to know the abominations of their fathers? And say unto them, Thus said the Lord God, in the day when I chose Israel and lifted up my hand unto the seed of the house of Jacob and made myself known unto them in the land of Egypt, when I lifted up my hand unto them, saying, I am the Lord your God, in the day that I lifted up my hand unto them to bring them forth of the land of Egypt into a land that I had aspired for them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands. Then said I unto them, Cast ye away every man the abomination of his eyes, and defile not yourselves with the idols of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. But they rebelled against me and would not hearken unto me. They did not every man cast away the abominations of their eyes, neither did they forsake the idols of Egypt. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them to accomplish my anger against them in the midst of the land of Egypt. But I brought for my name's sake that it should not be polluted before the heathen among whom they were, in whose sight I made myself known unto them in bringing them forth out of the land of Egypt. Wherefore I caused them to go forth out of the land of Egypt and brought them into the wilderness. And I gave them my statutes and showed them my judgments, which if a man do, he shall even live in them. Moreover, also I gave them my Sabbath to be a sign between me and them, that they might know that I am the Lord that sanctified them. But the house of Israel rebelled against me in the wilderness. They walked not in my statutes, and they desire my judgments, and they despise my judgment, which if a man do, he shall even live in them. And my Sabbaths they greatly polluted. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them in the wilderness to consume them. But I brought forth my namesake, that it should not be polluted before the heathen, in whose sight I brought them out. Yet also I lifted up my hand unto them in the wilderness, that I will not bring them into the land which I had given them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands. Because they despised my judgments and walked not in my statutes, but polluted my Sabbaths, for their heart went after their idols. Nevertheless, mine eyes spared them from destroying them, neither did I make an end of them in the wilderness. But I said unto their children in the wilderness, Walk ye not in the statutes of your fathers, neither observe their judgments, nor defile yourselves with their idols. I am the Lord your God. Walk in my statutes and keep my judgments and do them. and hallow my Sabbaths, and they shall be a sign between me and you, that ye may know that I am the Lord your God. Notwithstanding, the children rebelled against me. They walked not in my statutes, neither kept my judgments to do them, which if a man do, he shall even live in them. They polluted my Sabbath. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them to accomplish my anger against them in the wilderness. Nevertheless, I withdrew my hand and wrought for my name's sake, that it should not be polluted in the sight of the heathen in whose sight I brought them forth. I lifted up my hand unto them also in the wilderness, that I would scatter them among the heathen and despise them uh, through the
Dispersed.
country, disperse them through the countries, because they had not executed my judgments, but had despised my statutes and had polluted my Sabbath, and their eyes were after their fathers' idols. Wherefore I gave them also statutes that were not good. Hold on. Wherefore I gave them also statutes that were not good, and judgments whereby they should not live. And I polluted them in their own gifts, and that they caused to pass through the fire all that opened the womb, that I might make them desolate, to the end that they might know that I am the Lord. Therefore, the Son of Man speak unto the house of Israel, and saying unto them, thus saith the Lord God, yet in this young fathers have blasphemed me, in that they have committed a trespass against me. For when I had brought them into the land, for the which I lifted up my hand to give it to them, then they saw every high hill and all the thick trees, and they offer their sacrifices and then there presented the provocation of the offerings. There also they made their sweet savior and pour out their drink offerings. Then I said unto them, what is the high place whereunto ye go? And the name thereof is called Bama unto this day. Wherefore say unto the house of Israel, thus said the Lord God, are ye polluted after the manner of your fathers? And committed ye whoredoms after the abominations, after their abominations? For when ye offer your gifts, when ye make your sons to pass through the fire, ye polluted yourselves with all your idols even unto this day. And shall I be inquired of by you, O house of Israel? As I live, saith the Lord God, I will be inquired of by you. And that which cometh into your mind shall not be at all that ye say, we will be as the heathen, as the families of the countries, to serve wood and stone.
All right. So basically, what we're showing is that all throughout the history of Israel, when he brought them out of Egypt, when they were in the wilderness, when he brought them into the land, Israel still continued to offer to these other deities, these other gods. In other words, eating burnt offerings or eating sacrifice or eating food sacrificed to idols, which you read about in the New Testament. Nothing had changed. Let's go to the book of Acts and go to chapter 15 and read verses 27 through 29.
The
So
book
we're
of
almost
Acts,
done. We're going to try and fight these.
the book of Acts, chapter 15 and verse 27. We have sent therefore Judah and Silas, who shall also tell you the same thing by mouth, for it seemeth good to the Holy Ghost and to us to lay upon you no greater burden than these necessary things, that ye abstain from meat offered to idols, and from blood, and from things strangled, and from fornications, from which if ye keep yourselves, ye shall do well. Fare ye well.
All right, so you can see that the same things that was going on in the Old Testament were still going on in the New Testament, where our people were still sitting down eating foods that were sacrificed to idols. All right, let's go to Acts 21:25.
The book of Acts, chapter 21 and verse 25. And it says, as touching the Gentiles which believe, conclu- we have written and concluded that they observe no such things, save only that they keep themselves from things offered to idols, and from blood, and from strangled, and from fornication.
because there were people coming to them trying to tell, like, no, 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 you got to do this. No, you still got to do that. You got, and no, we didn't tell you guys none of that. All we said is this, that you abstain from meats offered to idols, from blood, from things strangled, and from fornication. All right. So, again, this is to show you that number one, burnt offerings, um, meat offerings, all these things, they were done for the meat to be eaten. And it just wasn't our custom, it was the custom of a lot of the other nations that we followed behind. All right, that we got into making burnt offerings to their gods and eating the burnt offerings to their gods, which were offered to idols instead of to our own God. Let's go to First Corinthians chapter 8 and verses 4 through 13.
The book of First Corinthians, chapter 8 and verse 4. As concerning, therefore, the eating of those things that are offered and sacrificed unto idols, we know that an idol is nothing in the world, and that there is none other God but one. For thou there be that are called gods, whether in heaven or in earth, as there be gods many and lords many. But to us there is but one God, the Father, of whom are all things, and we in him, and one Lord Jesus Christ, by whom are all things, and we by him. Howbeit there is not in every man that knowledge, for some with conscience of the idols unto this hour eat it as a thing of fierce unto an idol, and their conscience being weak is defiled. But commended, meat commanded. Hold on. But meat
Commanded us
commanded.
not to,
Thank you. Commanded us
commanded us
not to God. For neither if we eat are we the better, neither if we eat not are we the worst. But take heed lest by any means this liberty of yours become a stumbling block to them that are weak. For if any man see thee which has knowledge sit at meat in the idol's temple, shall not the conscience of him which is weak be emboldened to eat those things which are offered to idols?
So let's
And through the
stop for a second. Let's bring this to modern day today.
right.
Let's say there's a Christmas uh, banquet, a Christmas thing going on. It could be at work, it could be at your kid's school, it could be a family member's house, whatever the case is. You have people that know you're an Israelite. Okay, maybe you're even trying to talk to these people. Like, hey, you know what? We're the Israelites. We're not supposed to be celebrating this. We're not supposed to be celebrating that. You shouldn't be, going to that Christmas feast at your parents' house, at your brother and sister's house, at grandma's, grandpa's house, because they're sitting down eating these foods that are sacrificed to idols. But then they see you sitting down at at your job or at your kid's school where they're having a Christmas banquet or something, and you're sitting down to eat this food, which is for Christmas, which is basically food sacrificed to idols. That would make you a hypocrite. Lord, well, that makes sense to you.
Mhm.
All right. Um, as it says, for if any man, verse 10, for if any man see thee which has knowledge sit at meat in the idol's temple, shall not the conscience of him which is weak be emboldened to eat those things which are offered to idols? So if they see you sitting there, they'll be like, oh, they're sitting there eating. Oh, I guess I can do it too. Because what? Their conscience is weak, it's saying. All right. Let's go ahead and read on verse 11.
And through thy knowledge shall the weak brother perish for whom Christ died. But when ye sin, go against the brethren and wound their weak conscience, ye sin against Christ. Wherefore, if meat make my brother to offend, I will eat no flesh while the world standeth, lest I make my brother to offend.
All right. So we don't want to be causing our brothers to offend. We don't want them, we want to be a good example to our people, not allow them to see us breaking God's commandments, sitting down. You know what I mean? How would it look? You say you're an Israelite and you're walking through the mall and you see Santa Claus and you take your kid over there to take a picture sitting on Santa's lap. And then one of your other brothers in the truth walks up and, they got their kids or maybe their wife sees you sitting over there taking your kid to sit on Santa's lap. And they're like, hey, oh, I guess they're doing it. I guess it's okay. We can do it. Just a quick analogy. That's all it is. All right. But we got to be careful. We want to be a positive example to our brothers and sisters in this truth. Let's go to First Corinthians chapter 10 and read verses 18 through 31.
Book of First Corinthians, chapter 10 and verse 18. Behold, Israel, after the flesh, are not they which eat of the sacrifices partakers of the altar? What say I then? That the idols is anything, or that which is offered in sacrifice to idols is anything. But I say that the things which the Gentiles sacrifice, they sacrifice to devils and not to God. And I would not that ye should have fellowship with devils. Ye cannot drink the cup of the Lord and the cup of the devils. Ye cannot be partakers of the Lord's table and of the table of the devils. Do we provoke the Lord to jealousy? Are we stronger than he? All things are lawful for me, but all things are not expedient. All things are lawful for me, but all things edify not. Let no man seek his own, but every man another's wealth. Whatsoever is sold in the shambles, that eat, asking no questions for conscience sake. For the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. If any of them that believe not bid you to a feast, and ye disposed to go, whatsoever whatsoever is said before you, eat, asking no questions for conscience sakes. But if any man say unto you, this is offered in sacrifice unto idols, eat not for his sake that showed it, and for conscience sake, for the earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof. Conscience, I say, not thine own, but of the others. For why is my liberty judged of another man's conscience? For if I, by grace, be a partaker, why am I evil spoken of for that for which I give thanks? Whether therefore ye eat or drink or whatsoever ye do, do all to the glory of God.
All right. So it's basically saying, if you get invited, um, whatever, so go ahead and eat it. You don't ask any questions because you know that these gods are not gods. So to us, they're nothing. So it's nothing. All right. But if they turn to you, they're like, hey, you know what? This is this is sacrifice to the god of such and such. At that point, you're like, oh, okay. No, can't eat that. Sorry about that. All right. Let's go to Revelation chapter 2. You're going to read verses 12 through 29.
The book of Revelation, chapter 2, and verse 12. And to the angel of the church Pergamos, write these things, saith he which had the sharp sword with two edges. I know thy works, and where thou dwellest, even where Satan's seat is, and thou holdest fast my name, and hast not denied my faith, even in those days wherein Antipas was my faithful martyr, who was slain among you, where Satan dwelt. But I have a few things against thee, because there thou hasn't there them that hold the doctrine of Balaam, who taught Balak to cast a stumbling block before the children of Israel, to eat things sacrificed unto idols, and to commit fornication. So hast thou also them that hold the doctrine of the Nicolaitan,
The
Nicolaitans,
Nicolaitan. Nicolaitan.
Nicolaitan, which thing I hate. Repent, or else I will come unto thee quickly, and will fight against them with the sword of my mouth. He that had an ear, let him hear what the Spirit saith unto the churches. To him that overcometh will I give to eat of the hidden manna, and will give him a white stone, and in the stone a new name written, which no man knoweth, saving he that received it. And unto the angel of the church of Thyatira, write these things, saith the Son of God, who had his eyes like unto a flame of fire, and his feet are like fine brass. I know thy works, and charity, and service, and faith, and thy patience, and thy works, and the last to be more than the first. Notwithstanding, I have a few things against thee, because thou sufferest that woman Jezebel, which calleth herself a prophetess, to teach and to seduce my servants, to commit fornication, and to eat things sacrificed unto idols. And I gave her space to repent of her fornication, and she repented not. Behold, I will cast her into a bed, and then that committed adultery with her into great tribulation, except they repent of their deeds. And I will kill her children with death, and all the churches shall know that I am he which searcheth the reins and hearts, and I will give unto every one of you according to your works. But unto you I say, and unto the rest in Thy- Thyatira, as many as have not this doctrine, and which have not known the depth of Satan, as they speak, I will put upon one another burdens. But that which ye have already hold fast till I come, and he that overcometh and keepeth my works unto the end, to him will I give power over the nations. And he shall rule them with a rod of iron, as the vessels of their potter shall they be broken to shivers, even as I receive of my Father. And I will give him the morning star. He that hath an ear, let him hear, and what the Spirit saith unto the churches.
So as you can see, even in these two churches, of the seven churches that you read about in Revelation, the same problem was still going on, that Israel was getting themselves involved in, eating foods that were sacrificed unto idols. Now, this is something that the Christian church, again, that's why we got to get ourselves out of that Christian church mindset, because some of our brothers in this truth still have that Christian church mindset, is because they may not have looked up or know that there are precepts that show that we were commanded not to eat eat food sacrificed to idols. There's actually in the law a law that told us not to do it. All right, so it wasn't some, see, Christian church thinks that it's something new that popped up in the New Testament. But that's not the case. It was, we were commanded. Let's go to Exodus 34 and read verses 10 through 15. We were commanded not to do this.
The book of Exodus, chapter 34 and verse 10. And he said, behold, I make a covenant before all thy people. I will do marvels such as have not been done in all the earth nor in any nation. And all the people among which thou art shall see the works of the Lord, for it is a terrible thing that I will do with thee. Observe thou that which I command thee this day. Behold, I drive out before thee the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites. Take heed to thyself, lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land whither thou goest, lest it be for a snare in the midst of thee. But ye shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their groves. For thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. Unless thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a whoring after their gods, and do sacrifice unto their gods, and one call thee, and thou eat of his sacrifice.
And thou eat of his sacrifice. So we were already told back in Exodus not to do that. All right. So it wasn't something new that popped up in the New Testament where, the Gentiles were, eating food sacrificed to idols. And, in Christianity, they think it's talking about actual Gentiles and all that. Our people got to get out of that Christian mindset. This is where you go to show them that no, this is something that we were told not to do from the beginning. It's in the law that you say is done away with. Doesn't that, you know what I mean? It's crazy. They sit there
Right.
and say the law is done away with, but here we still see that the law is being applied even in this situation. All right. Um, so with that, basically, can we cook on the Day of Atonement? Yes, we can. You just have to have enough discipline, just like the Levitical priest did, that when they were sitting there over that hot grill, you know what I mean, at the altar, it wasn't a grill like we got today, but they were at the altar cooking up that food all day, even on the Day of Atonement, because they had sacrifices they had to do for the Day of Atonement. And what would happen after the people were done fasting? What would they do? They eat. Okay. You had to have enough discipline to be able to sit there and smell that food, cook it up, and still go through your fast, which you would have to have the discipline to do today. And if you don't think you have the discipline to do it, you don't have to cook. Just make some sandwiches or something like that. Have something set aside like that's easy to make after the Day of Atonement. But if you're gonna make something that you could have enough food for uh, the Day of Atonement, and then if it's a double Sabbath, like for us, like we said at the beginning of the lesson, that you have enough for the Sabbath day also. But you can go ahead and prepare your food for the Sabbath day on the Day of Atonement.
Right.
Don't let anybody, sit there and try and tell you that you can't. We just showed you the precepts. That's what was going on through all these high holy days and even on the Sabbath day when they went into the land. You got to go back and read the instructions that were given and why they were given and what time period or what situation they were given for, because some of those instructions were given for specific situations or specific times, like again before they left Egypt, after they left Egypt, while they were in the wilderness, before they went into the land, after they went into the land, before the tabernacle was reared up, after the tabernacle was reared up, before the temple and after the temple was built. So you got to know where these instructions fall. All right. Um, Again, if you miss some of this, go back and watch from the beginning, and you'll get more of an understanding of what we've been going through. We showed you in Samuel that the people, the priests that were doing the um, burnt offerings were called cooks, okay, because that's what they were basically doing. They were cooking, they were kindling a fire, they were uh, uh, giving burnt offerings to the Lord, all right, or offering up burnt offerings, sacrifices to the Lord for the people. All right, so let's go to the book of Philippians, chapter 3, and you're going to read verses 1 and 2.
The book of Philippians, chapter 3, and verse 1. Finally, my brethren, rejoice in the Lord. To write the same things to me indeed is not grievous, but for you it is safe. Beware of dogs, beware of evil works, beware of the cons- concessions.
Beware of the concision. So, again, as we said at the beginning of the lesson, we were told to afflict ourselves on the Day of Atonement. I mean, we're not supposed to eat anything, we're not supposed to drink anything. We've got to afflict our souls, but you can't find anywhere where we were told not to cook on the Day of Atonement. Can't find it. All right. But you do see that on all these high holy days, there were instructions given for us to be cooking on these high holy days. All right. We even showed you that the instructions that were given, that when we went into the land, you could, the Lord was going to have a designated place for us to bring our offerings. And if the offering place, the place he chose was too far, then you can go ahead and make those sacrifices right there at your home, in your gates, meaning in your house, in your household. All right. So again, some of our people need to be retaught. They need to go back and study. They need to go back and do more reading and learn what was really going on with these sacrifices. All right. So let's go to Ecclesiastes chapter 12 and read verses 13 through 14.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12, and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
And with that, we're going to say shalom. Blessed Sabbath to you. Enjoy the rest of the Sabbath, and we shall, Lord's will, see you. Oh, no, actually, no, because we're going to be tabernacles. All
Mhm.
right. So, Lord's will, we'll see you after we get back from tabernacles. All right. Shalom.